Chapter 1109. After the two arch-magi retreated from Marrow City, the situation in Marrow City became a bit strange. In the next half a month, the Kamla Empire didn't make any moves. No army came to attack Marrow City, and the Kamla Empire didn't send any reinforcements. Even the elite magician legion sent by the Kamla Empire silently retreated one morning. Only the 50,000 reinforcements sent by the Southwest Province's Governor's Manor were left in a camp 5 kilometers away from Marrow City, but they didn't have any intention of attacking Marrow City. If these 50,000 people were ignored, Marrow City was like it had been forgotten by the Kamla Empire. It was very peaceful, but outside Marrow City, the situation on the continent wasn't peaceful at all. It was even becoming more and more intense. On the 13th day of the 10th month, when the first cold wind of winter blew from the north, the Malar Empire and the exiled Malar Empire formed an alliance to attack the Falk Kingdom's territory that had been taken over by the Drake Duchy. Before this battle, the 3 Malar Empire arch-magi announced that they would participate in this battle. As for their participation, the reason given by the 3 arch-magi was that the Drake Duchy was the aggressor. They were only helping the Falk Kingdom take back their territory and rebuild their country. This was a just war. Because of the participation of the 3 arch-magi, even if the Kamla Empire was equipped with large amounts of military magic machines, they couldn't resist the powerful attacks of the arch-magi. They were forced to retreat as soon as the battle began. At the same time, there was an army from the Malar Empire to the east that attacked the territory of the Lampari Kingdom that had been taken over by the Frank Kingdom. This army was even stronger than the one that attacked the Drake Duchy, with a total of 200,000 soldiers. There were over 500 high-level magicians and 28 great magicians, as well as 4 arch-magi, participating in the battle. Even if the Lampuri Kingdom's military was without a doubt stronger than the Drake Duchy's, under the terrifying attack of the Marlow Empire, it was hard to resist. In just 3 days, they had been pushed back 100 kilometers, giving up a large piece of territory to the Drake Duchy. On the 15th day of the 10th month, 2 days after the Malar Empire and Frank Kingdom attacked the Lampari Kingdom and the Drake Duchy, the Kamla Empire suddenly sent out an army. They split into 3 groups. One group of 150,000 soldiers attacked the territory of the Frank Kingdom that was now controlled by the Lampari Kingdom. Cooperating with the northern attack of the Malar Empire and Frank Kingdom, the total number of enemies that entered this area had reached 350,000. There were also large numbers of magicians from the Malar Empire and Kamla Empire, as well as 6 archmagicians. Seeing that the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, the Lampari Kingdom did not put up too much resistance and retreated another 300 kilometers in just 5 days. In addition to the territory that they had lost under the attack of the Malar Empire, the Lampari Kingdom had already surrendered almost half of the territory that they had taken from the Frank Kingdom in less than 10 days of the war. The other 2 groups of the Kamla Empire's army headed south and invaded the Kingdom of Ruhr once again. This time, the Kamla Empire's army was not like the previous 2 invasions of the Kingdom of Ruhr, where they put on a battle stance and advanced steadily. Instead, the entire army of 50,000 was made up of elite light cavalry. They did not enter the Kingdom of Ruhr with the intention of conquering the land and cities, but headed straight for the various mines in the Kingdom of Ruhr. Because the light cavalry came and went like the wind and were extremely agile, and the Kingdom of Ruhr did not have enough manpower and did not have strict defenses, the 50,000 light cavalry took less than a week to destroy a total of 13 mines in the Kingdom of Ruhr, causing them to be completely paralyzed. Among these 13 mines, 5 of them belonged to the New Flyer, and 6 of the remaining 8 mines were jointly developed by the Kingdom of Ruhr and the New Flyer. In the end, the Kamla Empire's army went from the southeast corner of the Kamla Empire and directly invaded the Kingdom of Ruhr that was already under the control of the New Flyer. Along with the appearance of this army, riots led by the people of Ruhr broke out all over the Kingdom of Ruhr. Almost all the facilities the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce had set up in the Drow Kingdom had been seriously damaged. Other than the area near the Drow Kingdom's capital that was protected by the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce's guard base, The other areas of the Drow kingdom quickly fell into chaos and broke free from the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's control. However, the Kanla Empire's army did not directly attack the new Flyer Guard base near the Kingdom of Ruhr, as many people expected. Instead, they turned south and invaded the Duchy of Wales. Although the Duchy of Wales also received a large number of military magic machines from the new Flyer, it was still a poor and weak duchy in the end. Its military strength was small, and its foundation was weak. There was no way it could resist the Kanla Empire's army. Under the attack of the Kanla Empire's army, the Duchy of Wales's army was routed and quickly occupied by the Kanla Empire's army. Only the southern port's territory had not fallen. While the western and central Signs' war was in full swing, the eastern part of the continent was not idle either. On the 27th of October, when the Eastern Kanla Empire's army invaded the Duchy of Wales, the Mana Magic Kingdom led a total of 13 countries that had previously signed a cooperation agreement with the two empires. Under the slogan of restoring order on the continent, they formed a huge army with a total of over 300,000 soldiers and attacked the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom and the surrounding countries in the southwest region of the continent that was controlled by the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom and the surrounding countries. In this alliance, not only did the Mana Magic Kingdom's 3 magisters participate in the war, there were also 2 magisters that had always been in seclusion who announced their participation in the war. Under the participation of 5 magisters, hundreds of great magisters, and a large number of advanced magisters, the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom's army of less than 130,000 was extremely weak. Even if the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom had greatly imported military magic machines from the New Flyer, less than a third of their army had completed the upgrade. Their overall strength was still insufficient to contend against the enemy. Therefore, after the war started, the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom side was also defeated. It was only when they finally retreated to the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom's territory that they temporarily stabilized their footing with the help of the magic defense system that the New Flyer helped to build and stop the trend of being defeated. However, from the comparison of the strength of both sides, the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom clearly did not have any chance to counterattack. Once the enemy's magisters shed all pretense of cordiality and brazenly broke the unwritten rule of the Kanla Empire that magisters cannot participate in the war of invading other countries, then the fate of the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom would be in danger. 2 months ago, the entire continent was shocked by the disastrous defeat of the Kanla Empire and the Malar Empire when they invaded the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Drake Duchy. A month and a half ago, the entire continent suffered a crushing defeat because of the New Flyer's sharp counterattack. Even the Frankian Kingdom, the Drake Kingdom, and several other countries that were part of the two empires faction were directly annihilated. They were completely intimidated by the strength of the New Flyers faction, to the point that many people thought that the continent would undergo a huge change because of this and fall into the control of the New Flyer. However, the two empires represented the various countries and immediately obtained such a glorious result. On the contrary, the New Flyers faction was continuously retreating and did not display any valiant strength. As a result, the direction of public opinion in the signs immediately reversed. Almost everyone was singing the praises of the two empires, saying that the two empires represented the traditions of the continent. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce was just relying on a bit of novelty to gain some advantages. But because they couldn't compare to the two empires in terms of background, naturally they couldn't shake the position of the two empires. People believed that the new power represented by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce would be crushed by the two empires very quickly, and the entire signs would return to the traditional order. These fellows really flattered themselves silly. Suitli put down the large stack of newspapers in his hands and shook his head with a smile. Some of these newspapers came from the Kanla Empire, some from the Malar Empire, and some from the other two empires' factions. They all had the same view, and that was that the two empires represented the orthodoxy of the continent. The New Flyer was just a clown jumping around and could not affect the overall situation. Sooner or later, they would be crushed by the two empires. Su-Yi was naturally dismissive of this view, but he was also very clear that the majority of the people on the continent would think this way. Even many people in the New Flyers faction thought this way. The reason was that the two Empires factions had launched a fierce counterattack in the past 2 months, causing the New Flyers faction to suffer a large-scale setback. Naturally, this had shaken people's confidence. There was only one way to change people's views, and that was to speak with facts and speak with strength. As long as they could crush the two Empires' counterattack, then the direction of the entire continent would definitely change again. Teacher Carmilla glanced at the stack of newspapers that Sue E. threw on the table and asked seriously, "Kid, what do you plan to do?" Hearing this question, Sue E. sighed softly. "I originally wanted to use the gentler method to tell people that the world has changed, but it's clear that I was wrong. Grandfather, you and Steele are right. I'm often too idealistic and even a little naive. In this world, the most useful thing to say is always the fist." Sui paused and slapped the stack of newspapers. His expression and eyes turned resolute. "Since they want war, then I'll give them war." Chapter 11:10. The cold wind came from the north and invaded Lieutenant Nakmo's neck. He couldn't help shivering as he pulled his collar and shrunk his body back. Looking up, the dark clouds in the sky were thicker than when they left the camp. It was like there was a layer of cotton that hadn't been completely removed from their heads. "It seems like it's going to snow again." Lieutenant Nakmo let out a soft breath that formed a clear white mist in front of him. It was already the middle of November. For this small town that was located in the central part of the Frankish kingdom, as well as being a little north of the central part of the Signs, it wasn't strange for it to snow. Lieutenant Nakmo was originally a native of a village near Greenview Town. He had lived here for more than 10 years and only left after joining the Frankish Kingdom's army. So of course he understood the weather here. "Hey, Captain, do you think we still need to patrol in this terrible weather?" complained a Frankish soldier who was following behind Nakmo with his neck shrunk back. "Even the rabbits aren't willing to leave their nests. I don't believe that the Lampuri people will attack in this kind of weather." Lieutenant Nakmo turned back to look at him and gave a cold snort. "Shut your beak, Makin. This is an order from above. Do you have the guts to not follow it?" The soldier called Makin spat out and muttered, "It's not our Frankish commander's order. Why do we have to follow it? Those Malar Empire fellows only know how to order us to do this kind of dirty work for them. They can do it themselves if they have the skills." Lieutenant Nakmo knit his brows and looked at the other members of the patrol team behind him. He found that their expressions weren't that different from Makin's, revealing a trace of dissatisfaction. So he couldn't help giving a sigh. This wasn't strange. Not to mention his soldiers being dissatisfied. Even he was a bit dissatisfied in his heart. Although with the help of the Malar Empire, the Frankish kingdom's government in exile, and their army finally had the hope of taking back their territory from the Lampari kingdom and the Drake Duchy, because the Malar Empire had the absolute advantage in the alliance. The Frankish kingdom's soldiers were always sent out to do dirty work. When it came to military merits, they didn't exist, so naturally the Frankish kingdom soldiers would be very dissatisfied. However, as an officer, First Lieutenant Noak Emo knew more than these ordinary soldiers, so he understood that there was nothing he could do about this situation. If it wasn't for the help of the Malar Empire, the Frankish kingdom would have been destroyed several months ago, and there was no chance of counterattack. If it wasn't for the Malar Empire sending out a few archmages to participate in the war, perhaps even the Malar Empire wouldn't be able to do anything to the Lampari kingdom and the Drake Duchy. Then the Frankish kingdom would have even less hope of recovering their country by relying on their own strength. So in the end, the Frankish kingdom was completely relying on the Malar Empire. So what qualifications did they have to talk about their own status? Lieutenant Nakmo could understand the complaints of the soldiers, but relatively speaking, although he was a bit dissatisfied, he was more grateful. If it wasn't for the help of the Malar Empire, he might not have been able to return to this familiar land in his life. Since a few months ago, the Falk Kingdom and the Marlow Empire's army had been defeated by the Lampuri Kingdom and the Drake Duchy's army, surrendering this small city of Greentek. Lieutenant Nakmo had lost contact with his family in the nearby village. Half a month ago, after the Malar Empire's allied forces had retaken Grimwe City from the Lampari Kingdom, Lieutenant Nakmo took the time to go back and re-establish contact with his family. Because of this, Lieutenant Nakmo naturally held a trace of gratitude towards the Malar Empire. But when he thought of the situation when he reunited with his family, Lieutenant Nakmo felt that his gratitude towards the Malar Empire wasn't so clear. After reuniting with his family, contrary to his expectations, not only did his family not suffer the persecution of the Lampari Kingdom's army like he had imagined, rather they were all glowing and filled with energy. Other than being a bit worried about losing contact with him, their days were much better than before. When it came to the Lampari Kingdom situation after taking over this place, his family didn't complain at all about the Lampari Kingdom side, and were even filled with praise. They said that after the Lampari Kingdom took over this place, they exempted most of the heavy taxes that normal farmers had to pay each year. Moreover, they had sent out a small team of agricultural magic machines to help them harvest the crops, making this year's harvest very easy. Because of this, Lieutenant Nakmo's parents and little brother, who had already grown up, could save some time to work in the offices of the Lampari Kingdom's companies in Grimwy City for a few months, earning a total of over 30 gold coins. This situation greatly exceeded Lieutenant Nakmo's expectations, and it filled his heart with a bit of doubt. The small city of Grimvitai was originally the private territory of Count Grimvitai of the Frankish Kingdom. When this land was still under the rule of the Frankish Kingdom, the people of the Frankish Kingdom had to pay a large amount of taxes to Count Grimvitai, according to tradition, and could only leave some rations to fill their stomachs. Even though Count Grim was one of the few lords in the Frankish Kingdom who had a conscience and was willing to take care of the commoners, almost all of the people in his territory, including First Lieutenant Nakmo, were still very nervous. Hunger was a common occurrence. But when the territory around Grimwy City fell into the control of the Lampari Kingdom, most of the citizens were exempted from paying taxes, instantly causing a large change in the lives of these citizens. Not mentioning anything else, just Lieutenant Nakmo's family had harvested a total of 1,300 pounds of wheat in this fall harvest. If it was in the past, no less than 400 pounds of wheat would have to be handed over to Count Grimwy City. After that, they would only be left with 400 pounds of wheat. Lieutenant Nakmo's family, excluding Lieutenant Nakmo, who had already joined the army, had 5 other people. They had to rely on these 400 pounds of wheat to survive until the next spring harvest. One could imagine how difficult their lives would be. But when this place was taken over by the Lampuri Kingdom, according to the new policy announced by the Lampuri Kingdom, they only needed to pay 300 pounds of this 1,300 pounds of wheat. The rest would be left for Lieutenant Nakmo's family. Compared to the previous 400 pounds of wheat, 1,000 pounds of wheat was more than twice as much. Naturally, it made Lieutenant Nakmo's family's lives a lot better. Moreover, after the Lampari Kingdom occupied Grimwy City, several chambers of commerce from the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Ruhr, and the Drake Duchy entered and developed Grimwy City. They recruited a large number of local workers and allowed many people to find a job and receive several tens of shiny gold coins that the citizens didn't even dare to think about before. With the help of gold coins, Lieutenant Nakmo's family's lives became more comfortable. Because of the lack of food and clothing, every winter was the most difficult time for Lieutenant Nakmo's family. But after this year's winter, not only were the other 5 people able to eat their fill, they also used the tens of gold coins that their parents and younger brother had earned to buy 2 brand new cotton-padded jackets from the Lampari Kingdom's Armani Chamber of Commerce. They didn't have to endure the cold like before. Thinking of the 2 new cotton-padded jackets that his younger brother and sister had flaunted to him, Lieutenant Nakmo couldn't help but lower his head to look at what he was wearing. As an officer, his clothes were naturally better than normal soldiers, but it was only a thin layer of cotton-padded jacket under a layer of coarse leather armor that was about to be worn out. He didn't need to touch it at all. He could feel how light and thin the cotton-padded jacket was just by his body. He could even feel the cold wind directly seeping in. It could be seen how poor the quality of the cotton-padded jacket was. However, when this tattered cotton-padded jacket was given to him, a full 3 gold coins were deducted from his salary as an officer. It had to be known that his salary as a lieutenant was only 15 gold coins a year. Thinking of this, Lieutenant Nakmo's mouth once again raised a trace of a bitter smile. In the past, his 15 gold coins a year was a great supplement to his family. It allowed his family to live a little better than other families in the village. This also allowed him to receive a lot of special treatment every time he returned home. But now, just by his younger brother going to the Lampari Kingdom's office in the small town of Grimbatai for a few months, he had already earned more than 10 gold coins. Adding on the income of his parents, his 15 gold coins didn't seem that important. Even when his younger brother talked to him about this matter, he had a look of disdain and told him to simply not be a soldier and that it would be better for him to work in the Lampari Kingdom's Chamber of Commerce. This was because he had heard that if he did well in those Chamber of Commerce, it wouldn't be strange for him to earn 15 gold coins a month. Apart from this, there was a very obvious difference. The new cotton-padded jackets that his younger brother and sister were wearing were thick and warm, and they looked very good. When he bought them from the Armani Chamber of Commerce, they only cost 1 gold coin and 40 silver coins. If he bought 2 at a time, it would be 10 silver coins cheaper. Compared to this, the value of his thin, cotton-padded jacket wasn't enough. But it was hard for Lieutenant Nakmo to complain about anything, because whether it was the previous Frankish kingdom or the Marlow Empire he had been in for a few months, the price of a jacket filled with precious cotton was very high. Just based on his thin, cotton-padded jacket, it wouldn't be a problem to sell it for 2 gold coins. God knows why the damned Armani Chamber of Commerce could sell it for such a low price. Weren't they afraid of making a loss? But thinking about it, the Frankish kingdom's refusal of the Armani Chamber of Commerce to enter the Frankish kingdom was reasonable. If the Armani Chamber of Commerce entered, the merchants of the Frankish kingdom who relied on selling cotton-padded jackets every winter would all be squeezed out. But what did this have to do with the commoners? As a commoner who couldn't wait to spend a silver coin, who didn't want to be able to buy a cheap, warm, and beautiful new cotton-padded jacket, brother, it would be great if this place was occupied by the Lampari kingdom forever. Thinking of his 11-year-old sister's innocent words, the bitter smile on Lieutenant Nakmo's face deepened. These words sounded naive, but how could it not be his sister's heartfelt words? It might even be the heartfelt words of his parents and brother, and even the heartfelt words of all the commoners in the small town of Grimbatai. Chapter 11:11. The patrol team followed their usual patrol route and left Grimbatai City. After traveling for about 5 kilometers in the southwest direction, they saw a mountain range in the distance. This mountain range was the largest in the southern part of the former Frankish kingdom. It was called the Grecius Mountain Range. If one continued to travel south from Grimbatai City, they would have to travel hundreds of kilometers to the east or west to bypass the Grecius Mountain Range if they did not want to pass through the valley in the southwest of Grimbatai City. Therefore, this mountain range was a clear dividing line between the northern and southern parts of the former Frankish kingdom. Nearly a month ago, under the attack of the Malfa Alliance, the Lampari Kingdom's army retreated all the way to the Grecius Mountain Range. They relied on the fortifications they had built in advance at the only passageway in the Grecius Mountain Range, the Dawn Valley, to resist the attack of the Malfa Alliance. It had to be said that the fortifications built by the Lampari Kingdom here were too strong. In this month, the Malfa Alliance had launched a total of 14 attacks on this valley, many of which were led by 4 mage tutors and the most powerful mages in the alliance. However, they still could not break through the defenses here. Even with the counterattack of the Lampuri Kingdom's army, the Malfa army had suffered heavy losses. In less than a month of fighting, there were over 20,000 soldiers that had died, with over 40,000 that were heavily injured and countless that were lightly injured. These were not the worst. The real loss was that in these 14 battles, the Malfa Alliance had lost more than 100 high-level mages and even 2 great mages to the Lampari Kingdom's army. In addition, even the 4 mage tutors could not do anything. This caused the mountain range to become an insurmountable barrier in front of the Malfa Alliance, preventing them from expanding their gains and reclaiming the territory that originally belonged to the Frankish kingdom from the Lampari Kingdom. In the past week, the higher-ups of the Malfa Alliance had temporarily given up on attacking the Dawn Valley. they decided to stabilize the situation in the territory that originally belonged to the Frankish kingdom from the Lampari kingdom before making any further plans. Therefore, the two armies were now in a stalemate near the Grecius mountain range. Of course, this did not mean that both sides would really be at peace. Whether it was the Malfa Alliance army or the Lampari kingdom, they would definitely find an opportunity to launch another attack. Therefore, during this period of time, the Malfa Alliance had been strengthening their patrols of the Grecius Mountains. On one hand, they were guarding against the Lampari kingdom's sudden counterattack, and on the other hand, they were looking for loopholes in the Lampari kingdom's army to break through the Grecius Mountains. First Lieutenant Nakmo and his squad of 17 Frankish soldiers were one of the scouting squads in charge of scouting. Lieutenant Nakmo and his subordinates had patrolled the area many times over the past few days. They knew where they were even with their eyes closed. Naturally, there was no need for further exploration. Now that they had entered a place where they could see the Grecius Mountains with their naked eyes, they had finally reached the area where they needed to be more vigilant. According to the information obtained from the battle with the Lampari Kingdom's army, the Lampari Kingdom's army was now equipped with the newest magic cannons from New Flyer, which had a range of over 4 kilometers. If they were to attack from above the Grecius Mountains, the range could easily reach over 5 kilometers. So when Lieutenant Nakmo and his subordinates entered this area, it meant that they could be attacked by the Lampari Kingdom's magic cannons at any time, which would put their lives in danger. Of course, this was only a theoretical consideration. Actually, the Lampari Kingdom wouldn't waste their precious magic cannons on the Malfa Alliance's scouting squads who knew where. This kind of precious resource would only be used in a direct confrontation. In terms of scouting and counter-scouting, other than using the magic airships in the sky to scout from above, the Lampari Kingdom would also send scouting squads out of the Grecius Mountains most of the time. After the giant and unparalleled magic airships appeared in his mind, Lieutenant Nakmo looked up into the sky. He found that there weren't any suspicious black dots flying in the sky right now, so he nodded and calmed down. Because the Lampari Kingdom had the magic airships, the Malfa Alliance's movements and information could be easily found, so they had suffered quite a bit in this aspect. Just 2 days ago, there were 3 scouting squads that had been attacked by the Lampari Kingdom's army when they approached the Grecius Mountains. Not a single person had been brought back. So even if Lieutenant Nakmo and his team hadn't seen a single Lampari Kingdom's army for a week, he was still very careful and tried to avoid being the center of attention. After leading his subordinates through the lush forest at the foot of the Grecius Mountains for another 2 kilometers, Lieutenant Nakmo had everyone stop. With a wave of his hand, the team members all took their positions and entered a state of alert. In a situation where they were prepared, Lieutenant Nakmo believed that his team could easily eliminate an unprepared Frankish kingdom team. But if the other side was prepared, then he didn't need to think too much and just needed to run for his life. After fighting with the Lampari Kingdom countless times, even if the Malfa Alliance had several times more soldiers than the Lampari Kingdom, the real advantage they had was the help of the 4 Archmagi. If they didn't have the help of the 4 Archmagi on the battlefield, a traditional soldier like Lieutenant Nakmo, who is still equipped with a sword, would be able to deal with a single soldier of the Lampari Kingdom who is fully equipped with military magic machines. Hey, if there was a single Lampari Kingdom soldier, how good would that be? If we could take care of him when he wasn't prepared, we could take all his equipment. Thinking of the powerful military magic machines that the Lampari Kingdom soldiers had, Lieutenant Nakmo couldn't help drooling. If he had such a set of equipment, he might even have a chance of winning against a mage. Of course, he was also clear that even if he really encountered a lone Lampari Kingdom soldier and took the military magic machines from him, they would still be taken away by the higher-ups. Now, the Malar Empire was in great need of the military magic machines that the Lampari Kingdom's army was equipped with so that they could have more examples to study and imitate. It was said that within the Malar Empire, a large team of mages and craftsmen had been formed to research the military magic machines with all their might. They were trying their best to reduce the gap between the military equipment of a New Flyer camp. However, These things obviously wouldn't be produced in a short period of time. At the very least, Lieutenant Nakmo didn't see many military magic machines in the Malar Empire's army all of a sudden, after seeing that his subordinates had already hidden themselves in their respective positions. First Lieutenant Nokimo climbed up a tree and hid himself in the trunk. He took out a pair of binoculars and looked through the gaps in the leaves towards the Grecius Mountains in the distance. Actually, there wasn't anything to see here. In the previous week of scouting, every time Lieutenant Nakmo led his subordinates to this area, they would find that the Lampari Kingdom's army was obediently staying in their positions in the Grecius Mountains, not showing their heads at all. Even if they occasionally saw a few figures, they would only flash by, and they wouldn't be able to see any movements at all. But Lieutenant Nakmo's mission was to see if there were any strange movements from the Lampari Kingdom's side. As long as he stayed here for a day, he would have completed his mission. After watching for a while and confirming that there was nothing strange with the Lampari Kingdom's camp, Lieutenant Nakmo gave a bored yawn and prepared to take a rest with the binoculars. When this thought appeared, there was a black spot that appeared in his field of vision. Lieutenant Nakmo was surprised before quickly looking over. He quickly determined that it should be a magic airship. This magic airship came from the sky to the south of the Grecius Mountains and slowly landed in the Lampari Kingdom's camp. Because there was a wall separating them, Lieutenant Nakmo didn't see what kind of people or goods came out of the magic airship. But according to the information from the other scouting teams, the Lampari Kingdom's magic airships often came from the south. It was guessed that they were transporting some goods from the south to the Lampari Kingdom's army stationed in the Grecius Mountains. When he heard this information before, Lieutenant Nakmo didn't believe it because there were only 20 magic airships in the Malar Empire right now, and they were all taken by the people with the highest positions in the Malar Empire. There was only one in the Malar Empire right now, so it could be seen how precious this thing was. Moreover, according to what Lieutenant Nakmo knew, the magic airship consumed a lot of energy to fly, so it wasn't cost-effective to use this thing to transport goods. Even if the Lampari Kingdom had quite a few magic airships, they shouldn't be this extravagant. But it was like deliberately slapping Lieutenant Nakmo's face. When he had this thought, there was another magic airship that appeared in front of him. Before he could react, there were magic airships that appeared one after another in the sky to the south. Soon there was a black cloud in the sky that almost covered the entire Grecius mountain range. Seeing this strange situation, no matter how ignorant Lieutenant Nakmo was, he knew that something was about to happen. Chapter 11:12. On the third day after the Lampari Kingdom's magic airships arrived, the Malfa Alliance army felt that it was different from before. The Lampari Kingdom's army that had been relying on the terrain of the Grecius mountain range to defend against the attacks of the Malfa Alliance army had suddenly changed and took the initiative to attack from their fortifications. However, when the Malfa Alliance army saw the Lampari Kingdom's army attacking, they couldn't help being stunned. When they fought the Lampari Kingdom's army before, although the Lampari Kingdom's military magic machines were incomparably strong, at least the Malfa Alliance army could see through the military magic machines that they used. For example, as the main firepower, the magic cannons that the other countries of the continent were working on were the magic cannons, which could continuously release magic cannons that could create large explosions. Or, for example, the magic mines that could be placed in front of the army and would explode when someone pressed down on them. Or, for example, the magic repeating crossbows that almost every Lampari Kingdom soldier was equipped with. In short, although these military magic machines were strong and had an attack power that far surpassed traditional swords, it wasn't hard to understand. Now that the other countries of the continent had developed the military magic machines that they had bought from a new flyer, they could imitate quite a few of them. Even the magic cannons and magic repeating crossbows that the two empires produced could be used on the battlefield. Of course, the military magic machines that the two empires developed were still lacking compared to the new flyer's military magic machines, whether it was in terms of quality or power. Adding in the fact that the production was far from enough, it didn't play the important role that the two empires had expected. In the end, they had to rely on more powerful magicians and their military strength to suppress the enemy. However, when they saw the Lampari Kingdom's army attacking again, they found that there were many things in the Lampari Kingdom's army that they couldn't recognize at all. For example, the iron magic cars that covered the mountains like bricks in the front made the soldiers of the Malfa Alliance army feel confused when they saw them. What were these things used for? Could it be that the Lampari Kingdom was planning on using these magic cars to charge into the Malfa Alliance army? Only the high-level Malar Empire generals of the Malfa Alliance army knit their brows and had vigilant looks. Although they had never seen this thing before, according to the information from the Kanla Empire, these strange magic cars were very likely the new flyer magic tanks that the Kanla Empire had met when they invaded the Kingdom of Rur. According to the reports, this magic tank was made of steel, so it was very hard. At the same time, it was equipped with the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's unique magic shield technology. Not to mention normal soldiers not being able to damage it at all. Even normal magicians wouldn't be able to hurt it. It really was an overlord-level military magic machine on the battlefield. They could. Magic cannons. A magic used cannons. This meant that the appearance of these magic tanks perfectly solved the problem of the magic cannons being inconvenient to move. They could move freely on the battlefield and release incomparably powerful explosions. If they wanted normal soldiers to stop these magic tanks, it was simply a fantasy. The Marlow Empire's army General Phil, who was in charge of the Marlow Empire's army, thought about the contents of the report. Then he didn't hesitate to request the 4 Archmagi to make a move. The 4 Archmages didn't refuse and readily led their mage legions to attack as well. If it was said that when the battle began, these 4 Archmagi didn't care about the powerful military magic machines that the Lampari Kingdom and the Malar Empire's army talked about. But after fighting the Lampari Kingdom for a month, these Archmagi, who were at the peak of all magicians, had no choice but to pay attention to them. Although with their powerful magic, they could suppress the Lampari Kingdom's army on the battlefield and force them to retreat, the Lampari Kingdom's army would always be at a disadvantage and would never be defeated. Even under the forbidden spells of the 4 Archmagi, the Lampari Kingdom's army could use their magic shields to block them and retreat after suffering a small loss. Moreover, the Lampari Kingdom's army could hold on until the 4 Archmagi and their magician army ran out of magic each time, so it was hard for them to chase after them. With this kind of result, even if the Malfa Alliance army forced the Lampari Kingdom's army back to the Grecius mountain range, they still didn't have much confidence. Adding in the fact that they couldn't take down the Grecius mountain range after attacking it more than 10 times, this was a serious blow to the confidence of the Malfa Alliance army's generals. The fact that even the 4 Archmagi couldn't break through the Lampari Kingdom's army's position on the Grecius mountain range was beyond everyone's expectations. In previous wars, as long as Archmagi took action, it meant that the battle had reached its end. Whichever side had more Archmagi would be able to tilt the outcome of the battle towards that side. But now, the Lampari Kingdom didn't even have a single Archmagi, while the Malfa Alliance army had 4 Archmagi. However, the outcome of the battle was still not in their favor, which went against everyone's common sense. Now that the Lampari Kingdom's army was finally willing to come out of that damned position that was harder than a tortoise's shell, it was equivalent to giving the Malfa Alliance army a good opportunity to defeat them. Therefore, the moment the 4 Archmagi came out of the formation, they attacked with all their might and instantly prepared 4 powerful forbidden spells. The sky that was showing signs of clearing up due to the recent snowfall was now a glaring blood red. This was a sign that the fire-forbidden spell, Doomsday Catastrophe, was about to be activated. In this blood-red sky, countless bolts of lightning flashed faintly, as if they were about to strike at any time. This was the sign that the wind-forbidden spell, Thunder God's Descent, was about to be activated. The vast land in front of them seemed to have suddenly turned into a pot of boiling water, constantly stirring. This was the sign that the earth-forbidden spell, Earth Web, was about to be activated. Countless streams of water vapor suddenly appeared in the air, then quickly condensed together. In the blink of an eye, the vapor turned into water droplets, then condensed into ice, and finally formed icicles that flickered with a cold light. This was the water-forbidden spell, Icicle Dance, which was ready to strike at any time. It was extremely rare to see such a powerful forbidden spell on a battlefield, but now 4 of them had appeared in one go, and they were all personally attacked by 4 archmagi. One could imagine the power that would erupt at the end. However, regardless of whether it was the 4 archmagi, the commander of the Malfa Alliance army, or the ordinary soldiers, their expressions didn't change much. It was as if they didn't have much confidence in these 4 forbidden spells. The Malfa Alliance army had fought with the Lampari Kingdom's army several dozen times. They had used forbidden spells to attack the Lampari Kingdom's army over 100 times, but the Lampari Kingdom's army had been able to take it each time. It was to the point that the Malfa Alliance army couldn't help doubting the might of these forbidden spells. But if they didn't use forbidden spells, normal magic attacks were like tickles to the Lampari Kingdom's army. They wouldn't be able to affect them at all. As for the ordinary soldiers, what a joke! Could it be that the ordinary soldiers would use their swords, spears, and halberds to fight with the Lampari Kingdom's army that was equipped with large amounts of military magic machines? It wasn't that the Malfa Alliance army hadn't tried this before. In the first few battles with the Lampari Kingdom's army, the commander of the Malfa Alliance army had ordered his soldiers to regroup with the Lampari Kingdom's army. But under the concentrated attacks of the Lampari Kingdom's magic cannons, they had lost over 10,000 soldiers in a single charge. This made the commander of the Malfa Alliance army no longer dare to send his soldiers to their deaths. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the battle between the Malfa Alliance army and the Lampari Kingdom's army was like watching the performance of the 4 archmagi. If the 4 archmagi could suppress the Lampari Kingdom's army, then the Malfa Alliance army would win. Once, General Phil forcefully shook his head and threw away the worry in his heart. Impossible! How could the archmagi lose? Seeing the large amount of Lampari Kingdom's army that had fallen into the range of the 4 archmagi's terrifying forbidden spells, General Phil was secretly happy, but he was also a bit doubtful. This wasn't the first time the Lampari Kingdom's army had fought them, so they should be able to tell. Why would they send their subordinates to their deaths in the range of the forbidden spells? Could it be that they were confident in blocking the forbidden spells with their magic tanks? When the doubts in General Phil's heart appeared, there was a dark cloud that suddenly appeared in the Lampari Kingdom's army's camp in the Grecian mountains, flying over in this direction. General Phil didn't need to use binoculars to know that it should be the magic airships that the Lampari Kingdom had sent the day before yesterday. But the number of magic airships really exceeded his expectations. There were at least 30 of them with a single glance. According to the reports, the Lampari Kingdom only had 50 magic airships in total, and now they had sent out most of them. But under the attack of the 4 archmagi's forbidden spells, what could these magic airships do? After that, the magic airships gave the answer. Chapter 11:13. The several dozen magic airships suddenly scattered in all directions like they had exploded, instantly flying far away from where the 2 magi were fighting. Then in front of the confused gazes of the Malfa Alliance army, the magic airships that had scattered in all directions shot out sparkling things at the same time. They formed a beautiful curtain of light in the sky that covered the entire area. These things were just too small, so General Phil couldn't clearly see what they looked like with his binoculars. But with his experience from hundreds of battles, he instinctively felt that these little things weren't anything good. He immediately gave the order to the Magician Legion and had them stop the magic airships, stopping them from setting up those little things that were glowing. But before the Magician Legion could move out from the Lampari Kingdom's position in the Grecian mountains in the distance, there were countless fiery red lights that densely covered the entire sky. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Malfa Alliance army was shocked. Of course, they could see that this should be the attack of the Lampari Kingdom's magic cannons. But wasn't this attack too terrifying? There were over 100 magic cannons that appeared in the sky at the same time. This meant that the Lampari Kingdom's side had over 100 magic cannons firing at the same time. In the previous battles, the Lampari Kingdom had never used such terrifying firepower. Moreover, this kind of attack consumed a considerable amount of magic cannons. Based on this consumption rate, how long could the Lampari Kingdom's army last? If it didn't have this kind of firepower, the Malfa Alliance army could even send out normal soldiers to attack. The Lampari Kingdom wouldn't be this irrational, right? However, this was not the time to consider these issues. Seeing that the dense artillery fire was flying towards them from the sky, the Mage Legion of the Malfa Alliance army did not wait for General Phil's orders. They immediately cast their magic shields and shrouded the surrounding Malfa Alliance army. After fighting the Lampari Kingdom's army over 100 times, they were already very familiar with this action. Even the normal soldiers of the Malfa Alliance army were already used to this, so they huddled together and hid behind the magic shields released by the magicians around them. There were no magicians that tried to use magic to stop the magic cannons in the sky, because they had tried this countless times before, but they had never succeeded. So when they met this kind of attack, the only thought the magicians had was to defend as much as possible. Hong, 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 hong. There was a series of deafening explosions. With the protection of the Magician Legion, the Malfa Alliance army didn't suffer any losses. However, the mages didn't even have a chance to catch their breath. Hundreds of fiery lights flashed in the sky, completely overshadowing the red light emitted by the fire-forbidden spell. Hong, 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 hong. The magic cannonballs kept being fired from the Lampuri Kingdom's camp on the Grecius mountain range, falling onto the Malfa army like rain. The terrifying explosions didn't stop, causing General Phil's ears to ring, but also made the doubt on his face stronger and stronger. What were those fellows from the Lampari Kingdom thinking? If they were throwing magic cannons like they didn't need money, they wouldn't have enough magic cannons, even if they had more. After knitting his brows to think for a bit, General Phil had an idea and thought of a possibility. Could it be that the Lampari Kingdom people want to use these magic cannons to use up all the magic of our magicians and then use the military magic machines to fight? But General Phil looked at the 4 archmagi who were still preparing forbidden spells. Because these 4 forbidden spells were very terrifying, even the archmagi needed some time to prepare, so they still weren't ready yet. But once they were prepared, the magic tanks that had charged out of the Grecius mountain range and arrived in front of both sides would be buried by these 4 forbidden spells. The Lampari Kingdom wouldn't be this stupid, right? General Phil was still thinking about this problem when he suddenly found that Archmagus Nagin, who was preparing the forbidden fire spell in the air, suddenly swayed before falling down from the sky like a kite with its string cut. General Phil was shocked, and without thinking, he charged in the direction Archmagus Nagin had fallen in. But before he could take 2 steps, he found that the magicians who were supporting the magic shields for the soldiers below were falling down one by one. One of the magicians had fallen in front of him, and if it wasn't for General Phil's quick reaction, he would have been trampled to death. However, even if he wasn't trampled to death, this fellow with the 8th grade magician badge had already fallen from over 10 meters in the air. He was spitting out blood and was on his last breath, looking like he didn't have much life left in him. General Phil looked around in shock and saw that quite a few of the magicians who had fallen were caught by the soldiers below. They weren't in any danger, but they couldn't move because of the impact. As for the rest that weren't caught, they were all in danger. 3 figures suddenly floated down from the sky and landed right beside General Phil. General Phil looked carefully and found that it was the other 3 archmagi. He let out a sigh of relief. The 3 of you, what exactly happened? How did you? General Phil anxiously asked. General, retreat immediately. This place is already... One of the archmagi had just said half a sentence when a flame suddenly fell less than 10 meters in front of General Phil. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in his ears, and General Phil's vision went black. Then he was blown off his horse by an irresistible shockwave mixed with dirt and gravel. When he fell to the ground more than 10 meters away, he had already lost consciousness. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. In late November, a large amount of snow fell that covered dozens of countries in the central and northern parts of the continent. This meant that the signs had officially entered the bitter cold of winter. However, compared to the impact that this piece of news had on the continent, this snow was insignificant. In the middle of November, the Malar Empire and the Frankish kingdom's allied forces engaged in a fierce battle with the Lampari kingdom's army at the Grecius mountain range in the south of the former Frankish kingdom. In the battle, the Malar Empire's allied forces had a total of 160,000 soldiers, while the Lampari kingdom's army had a total of 40,000 soldiers. However, in the end, the Malar Empire's allied forces suffered a crushing defeat, and the Lampari kingdom obtained a complete victory. If it was just this result, it wouldn't be particularly shocking. However, in this battle, the Malar Empire's allied forces had lost a total of 60,000 soldiers, and countless others were seriously injured or missing. In the end, only 50,000 managed to successfully retreat. Among these losses, what really shocked everyone was that one of the 4 archmagi from the Malar Empire had actually died on the spot. 9 years ago, Archmagus Levin Hasek had perished while attacking the New Flyers' headquarters. This was already big news that shocked the entire Signs. This was because in the history of Signs, there had been very few archmagi who had perished by accident. There hadn't even been one in the past few hundred years. However, Archmagus Levin Hasek's death could be attributed to his arrogance. He had gone to attack the New Flyers' headquarters and fell into the trap set by the New Flyer. Moreover, at that time, the New Flyer already had teacher Carmilla, who was an archmagus on the same level as Archmagus Levin Hasek. In addition, they also had a great magus. In theory, they had the ability to contend with Archmagus Levin Hasek and Sarander Cray the sorcerer. However, this time, Archmagus Nagin from the Malar Empire had perished in a battle with the Lampari kingdom's army. Not only did the Lampari kingdom's army not have a single archmagus, they didn't even have a few great magi. Yet, they were able to successfully kill Archmagus Nagin. This was truly inconceivable. What was even more unbelievable was that the Malar Empire's army didn't only have Archmagus Nagin, they also had 3 other archmagi. A total of 4 archmagi had joined forces, but one of them had perished and the other 3 had escaped with serious injuries. This had never happened in the entire history of Signs. After everyone recovered from their shock, they were filled with doubts. How did the Lampari kingdom's army do it? It wasn't strange for them to be able to defeat the Malar Empire's army because they had large amounts of military magic machines provided by the New Flyer. However, how did they defeat the combined forces of 4 incomparably powerful archmagi? In addition to their shock and doubts, many people also began to panic. To the people of Signs, Magi had always been a special human being with a status far higher than ordinary people. As for archmagi, they were at the peak of all magi. In the hearts of ordinary people, they were like gods that could only be worshipped and could not be resisted. However, now, the Lampari kingdom's army had used ironclad facts to tell everyone that archmagi were not invincible. They could even lose their lives under the attacks of ordinary people. To many people, this was simply like the image of a god collapsing in their hearts. Naturally, it was hard for them to accept, and they even began to panic. This blow might not be so serious to the people of other countries on the continent, but to the people of the Malar Empire, it was fatal. To the people of the Kamla Empire, the blow was equally huge because the Kamla Empire had 9 archmagi like the Malar Empire. They had always been regarded as protectors by the people of the Kamla Empire. Now that their protectors were no longer as invincible as they had imagined, did this mean that the 2 empires were no longer invincible? Chapter 11:14. It was now December, and it was already the winter season in the north, where heavy snow was falling. According to the traditions of the Signs, it was obviously not a suitable time for any military operations. This was because, in such cold weather, even a normal march could cause a large number of soldiers to freeze to death. Not to mention, The roads were slippery and muddy due to the snow, making it difficult to march. Therefore, winter was a season of truce in the signs, and no country would choose to start a war at this time. However, this year's winter completely broke this tradition. In the middle of November, the Lampuri kingdom had defeated the Malfa army near the Grecius mountain range, wiping out two-thirds of the Malfa army's main force of 200,000. They had even surprised everyone by killing an archmagus that countless people thought was invincible on the battlefield. With just this victory, the situation between the two sides had been reversed in an instant. Before this, the Lampari kingdom's army had been defeated by the Malfa alliance, and by the time they retreated to the Grecius mountain range, they had already returned more than half of the territory that they had taken from the Frankish kingdom. At that time, everyone felt that the Lampari kingdom had no ability to resist and could only be chased out of the Frankish kingdom by the Malfa alliance. If the Malar Empire was even more daring and directly broke the tradition of the signs that Magi were not allowed to invade other countries, then the Malfa alliance would most likely invade the Lampari kingdom directly. And this possibility was very high. This was because in this war that had engulfed almost the entire signs, one side was represented by the New Flyer, while the other side was led by the two empires. At the same time, they also had the powerful Mana Magic Kingdom, which included almost all the Magi in the signs other than the two Magi in the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the Sorcerers' Guild that had been passed down for thousands of years in the signs supported the two empires. With the support of such a powerful force, it was not strange to break this unwritten tradition. After all, there were countless reasons to participate in the war. If such a thing really happened, the Lampari kingdom would definitely not be able to resist the attack of the Malfa alliance, and the Lampari kingdom would probably be destroyed in the end. However, the battle at the Grecius mountain range had shattered everyone's expectations. Perhaps some people had guessed that the New Flyer had the ability to help the Lampari kingdom deal with the Malfa alliance, but no one would have guessed that the Lampari kingdom could defeat the Malfa alliance in just one battle. What really made the difference was that the Lampari kingdom's army had actually managed to kill a magus and seriously injure 3 others. God above. This was the result of facing nearly 200,000 Malfa alliance soldiers, hundreds of high-level mages, dozens of great mages, and 4 great mages. Based on the lineup of the Malfa alliance soldiers, almost everyone thought that the Malfa alliance soldiers would not even know how to lose. They did not expect that they would be so weak in the face of the Lampari kingdom's real counterattack. Such a result in just one battle instantly made people question the combat power of the Malfa alliance soldiers. Everyone no longer believed that the Malfa alliance soldiers had the ability to defeat the Lampari kingdom, and people even doubted whether the two empires could win. There were 2 main reasons why the two empires were able to completely suppress the New Flyer during the previous war. Firstly, it was because they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers and could suppress the New Flyer on the battlefield. Secondly, it was because the two empires had a strong foundation and sufficient manpower and could organize multiple attacks at the same time, making it difficult for the New Flyer to deal with. However, after the battle in the Grecius Mountains, everyone realized that the great mages were not as invincible as they thought. Even the 4 great mages could not resist the attack of the Lampari kingdom's army, and one of them died and 3 were injured. Thus, the two empires' greatest reliance on the battlefield was gone. At the same time, a very important problem was revealed in this battle. That was, the ordinary soldiers of the two empires were like defenseless children facing fully armed adults in front of the New Flyer's army. They had no ability to resist at all, and could only passively take a beating. In the Battle of the Grecius mountain range, one of the 4 archmagi had died and 3 were injured. The Marlow Empire still had an army of 160,000, and they were equipped with military magic machines developed by the Marlow Empire, so their battle strength should still be very strong. However, under the attack of the Lampari kingdom, the 160,000 Malfa Alliance soldiers could not put up any effective resistance at all. In less than an hour, most of them were killed, and the entire army was almost wiped out. Correspondingly, The losses announced by the Lampari Kingdom were almost zero. Even if the Malfa Alliance soldiers' morale had collapsed, such a loss was still beyond everyone's common sense. After this battle, no one believed that the traditional armies of the two empires could still pose a threat to the New Flyers' army, which was equipped with a large number of different military magic machines. In addition, the high-level mages, and even great mages could no longer play a huge role in turning the tide of the battle. The result was obvious. The two empires were no match for the New Flyers' army in a head-on battle. The only way to turn the situation around was to rely on their strategic depth that far exceeded that of the New Flyers' army to delay the battle, and finally find an opportunity to wear down the enemy. The battle in the Grecius Mountains happened in early winter, and this was good news for the two empires. As winter was about to arrive, even if the Lampari Kingdom had a great advantage, they could only temporarily halt their advance and give the Malar Empire time to catch their breath. If they could have a winter to catch their breath, the results would be unpredictable when they fought again next year. However, the Lampari Kingdom exceeded everyone's expectations and didn't give the Malar Empire time to catch their breath. On the 6th day of the 12th month, a large amount of snow covered the Frankish kingdom and southern parts of the Malar Empire. The Lampari Kingdom's army unexpectedly launched an attack. In just half a day, 30,000 soldiers with several hundred magic tanks and magic war chariots had arrived at St. Lus City, where the Malfa Alliance army had retreated from the battle in the Grecius Mountains. After fighting for half a day, St. Lus City was broken through, and the remaining 20,000 soldiers of the Malfa Alliance army escaped north. On the 9th day of the 12th month, the Lampari Kingdom's army chased the remaining 20,000 soldiers of the Malfa Alliance army and blocked them in the Slode Valley to the north of the Frankish kingdom. The Malfa Alliance army saw that they couldn't resist, so their commander-general, Phil, chose to surrender, and the Malfa Alliance army was completely wiped out. 3 days later, the Lampari Kingdom's army invaded Nalian City to the north of the Frankish kingdom, regaining control of the Frankish kingdom's territory that had been taken back by the Malfa Alliance army. At this point, everyone thought that since the Lampari Kingdom's army had taken back the Frankish kingdom's territory, they should stop. After all, they would be entering the Malar Empire's territory, and if they entered, it would be tantamount to invading the Malar Empire. Fighting back against the Malar Empire's attack and invading the Malar Empire were two completely different concepts. In the several hundred years since the Malar Empire was established, all the countries that had invaded the Malar Empire had suffered heavy blows. Even the Kamla Empire wasn't an exception. No one believed that the Lampari Kingdom, a small country that didn't stand out on the continent 10 years ago, would have the courage to invade the Malar Empire, even if they had defeated the Malfa Alliance army. However, the Lampari Kingdom once again used facts to shatter everyone's guesses. On the 23rd of December, the Lampari Kingdom's army that had rested for 10 days moved out. They brazenly crossed the southern border of the Malar Empire and officially invaded the Malar Empire. Although the Malar Empire didn't expect the Lampari Kingdom to really dare to invade, they had already taken precautions. After the defeat of the Malfa Alliance army in the Battle of Grecius Mountain Range, they had already retreated the army that had attacked the Drake Duchy and mobilized troops from other places to guard the border. Due to the importance of the Lampari Kingdom's army, the Malar Empire could be said to have mobilized almost all the power within the empire. Just the remaining 5 magisters were all mobilized, and the total military strength was as high as 360,000. However, this had no meaning. From the 24th of December to the 30th of December, after a week of fierce fighting, the Malar Empire paid a heavy price of over 100,000 dead, 80,000 heavily injured, and countless fleeing. In addition, more than 400 high-level magicians, 9 great magicians, and 2 magisters were killed, while the rest were heavily injured. However, they still couldn't resist the attack of the Lampari Kingdom's army and suffered a crushing defeat. The Malar Empire's defensive line thus collapsed, and the Lampari Kingdom's army marched straight in. The 1st of January, year 3783, was the first day of the new year. For the people of the signs, This was an important festival to welcome the new year. However, for the important figures of the Malar Empire and the two empires, this was a day that made them tremble with fear. Because from today onwards, as the Lampari Kingdom's army stepped into the Malar Empire, the two empires that represented the traditions of the signs would collapse along with the collapse of the Malar Empire's defensive line. Chapter 11:15. The Lampari Kingdom's army had forcefully defeated the Malar Empire's powerful defensive line, stepping into the Malar Empire with terrifying footsteps. There was a different scene in the New Flight Commerce main base in the Principality of Constantine. Although the New Flyer was one of the main characters of the two camps, the chaos of the outside world and the intense battles on the continent didn't seem to affect the New Flight Commerce main base that much. Because it was New Year's, the New Flyer decided to take a break a week before New Year's like usual, so the main base wasn't as busy as usual. Even the roaring of the magic machines in the factories were much quieter. But this didn't mean that the New Flyer wasn't affected at all. As the main character of the New Flyer camp, they were the ones who provided military magic machines to their partner countries, helping them defeat the two empires, even helping the Lampari Kingdom fight back, and now even being able to invade the Malar Empire. The New Flyer was without a doubt the most important role in this war that swept the continent. Not mentioning anything else, just to provide the Lampari Kingdom with enough military magic machines and ammunition, the New Flyer had built a new military magic machine production base last year. The new base had been built at the beginning of last year, but as the situation on the signs worsened, it turned into an all-out war. This new base could be said to have been fully operational in the second half of last year, making all kinds of military magic machines without stopping. It was because of Su Yi's powerful foresight last year that the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Ruhr, the Nozdorma Business Union Kingdom, and the other partners of the New Flyer had enough military magic machines, allowing them to resist the powerful attacks of the two empires on the battlefield. After Su Yi's plan to lure in Archmagus Reduca and Archmagus Ophalion, they had successfully tested a new anti-magic domain that could deal with enemy magicians. The New Flyer had solved the most serious problem for their partners, which was the threat of the Archmagi. This was something that had been displayed in the battle between the Lampari Kingdom and the Marlow army. The Malar Empire had lost an Archmagus in the Battle of the Grecius Mountain Range, and then they had lost two Archmagi in the Border Defense Battle. This was equal to telling everyone that Archmagi were no longer invincible in people's minds. They no longer had the power to decide the outcome of a battle. In other words, after the Lampari Kingdom had killed 3 Archmagi from the Malar Empire in these two battles, it made everyone understand that only the military magic machines provided by the New Flyer could decide the outcome of the war. Normal magicians couldn't do this. Even the strongest Archmagi couldn't do this. In order to strengthen this understanding in people's hearts, although the other departments of the New Flyer had their annual leave this year, the military magic machine departments were forced to work overtime for the first time. Of course, because working overtime for the new year was special, the company gave the workers 3 times their normal wage, so the workers were all very happy to work overtime. Then again, there were wars happening all over the continent, so rather than taking risks, it was better to stay in the New Flight Commerce main base that could be considered the safest place on the continent. There were even many workers from the other departments that weren't willing to leave after the holidays and chose to stay. Other than that, there were also many workers who brought their family members that weren't in the Principality of Constantine to the Principality of Constantine, deciding to settle down here. So he was very happy with this. The thing he was most dissatisfied with on the signs was that because of the serious food problem, the population was very small compared to Earth, especially the Celestial Empire. It made it very hard for the New Flyer to recruit enough people to develop. If more and more people settled in the Principality of Constantine, he could use the resources of the New Flyer to train large amounts of people for the New Flyer. In the long run, this was beneficial no matter what. He even wanted to grab a bunch of people and put them into the military magic machine production base, working hard for the large amounts of military magic machine orders from the Lampari Kingdom and the other countries. However, this wasn't realistic. The military magic machines were very powerful, and the corresponding requirements were also very high. This was especially true for the all-around anti-magic field equipment that was urgently needed on the battlefield, especially for mages. There was no room for error, and it required a lot of people who had a deep understanding of magic. At the very least, they had to have a deep understanding of magic formations before they were qualified to participate. This kind of talent couldn't be trained in a short period of time. Su-yi directly grabbed a batch of graduates from the New Flyer, training them while they worked, but they still couldn't meet the current demand. Where would he find enough people in this field in a short period of time? Every time he thought of this, Su-yi couldn't help but sigh. Although the ratio of mages in the signs was very low, there were still over 100,000 of them in absolute numbers. It wasn't a small number at all. If half of these mages, no, even if it was only a third, or even a quarter, or even a fifth of them worked for the New Flyer, he wouldn't have to worry about the lack of talent all the time. Among these mages, the ones that Su-yi felt the most pity for were the 3 archmages that had fallen in the battle with the Lampari Kingdom's army. In Su-yi's opinion, archmages were currently the mages with the deepest understanding of magic in the signs. They were also the mages with the strongest magic power. As long as they were given some training, they would be able to have a very large effect on the magic machine industry. The fall of the 3 archmages was the fall of 3 top talents to Su-yi. When he received this news, Su-yi didn't say anything, but his heart was extremely pained. If these 3 archmages hadn't fallen in a meaningless battle in Su-yi's opinion, and had instead contributed their strength to the New Flyer, it would have definitely allowed the magic machine industry to develop even faster. It would also allow Su-yi to take another step forward in his ideals. That was why even though the New Flyer guards outside Marrow City had the ability to kill Archmage Ophelion and Archmage Reduca, Su-yi had still taken a certain risk and let them leave. It was all for the sake of protecting top talents like the Archmages. However, the contradiction was that Su-yi had to make the New Flyer's side display enough power to eliminate the Archmages from the battlefield. Only then would the others take this point seriously. In the end, there were still Archmages that had fallen, and 3 of them had fallen at once. Su-yi was deeply pained by this, but there was nothing he could do about it. AI, how good would it be if everyone could focus on development? What a pity. When he thought of this, Su-yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart again. He shook his head with a wry smile. Sir Chairman, what is it? Did we do something wrong? The supervisor of the New Flyer's military magic machine department, Lowndes, who was by Su-yi's side, hurriedly asked when he saw the strange expression on Su-yi's face. No, it's just that when I saw the military magic machines being sent out one by one, I couldn't help but feel a trace of emotion when I thought about how they were going to be sent to the various armies and personally buried countless lives. Su-yi shook his head. This time, it was Lowndes who had a very strange expression on his face. Why did the president suddenly become sentimental? Could it be that Sir Chairman was actually a very sensitive and delicate person? How was that possible? His mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, but it didn't affect Lowndes' smile. Sir Chairman, there's nothing we can do about it. We've never thought of conquering anyone, but those fellows from the 2 empires aren't willing to do so. If we don't teach them a lesson, I'm afraid we'll never have a day of peace in the future. Su-yi smiled. He knew that Lowndes had misunderstood, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. He waved his hand. It's just a moment of emotion. It won't affect my mood. All right, the inspection here is done. You've done a good job. Continue to maintain this efficiency and strive not to make any mistakes. This year is very likely to be the most important year for our New Flyer, and even for the entire signs. And the one who will decide the final result is actually the department you're in charge of. So, Su-yi patted Lowndes' shoulder, stared into his eyes, and said seriously, "You have a lot of guts. Do you have the confidence to do a good job?" Lowndes immediately replied, "Sir Chairman, please rest assured. I promise that there won't be any mistakes here." "Very good." Su-yi patted Lowndes' shoulder again, indicating that he should go back to work. He then left with the other New Flyer executives who had accompanied him to inspect the military magic machine manufacturing base on the first day of the new year. The group returned to the conference hall of the New Flight Commerce main base. After taking their seats, New Flyer's finance director Seabass took out a document from his bag and handed it to Sue. Sir Chairman, this is the company's initial financial budget for this year. From the current estimate, I'm afraid it's not good. Seabass' expression was very serious. This kind of expression was extremely rare on his face. Because New Flyer's financial situation had always been very good since its establishment, Seabass' expression was always very relaxed. But now, the serious expression on his face made him very serious. So much so that he couldn't help but sit up a little straighter after hearing this. Only then did he pick up the document. In this document related to New Flyer's financial budget for this year, Seabass listed in detail the various funds that New Flyer might need this year, and finally came to a general conclusion. This conclusion was indeed enough to make Seabass reveal such a serious expression, because according to this conclusion, according to the various plans and investments that New Flyer had planned for this year, if there were no obvious changes or sudden profits, then New Flyer's financial situation this year would be the first time in history that it would be such a serious deficit. This deficit could even be as high as 20 to 40 million gold coins. And in the financial report at the end of last year, New Flyer's net profit for the same period of the year before was close to 200 million gold coins, but it suddenly fell to less than 50 million gold coins. The drop couldn't be said to be small. But this year, according to Seabass' estimation, there would even be a deficit. This was the first time in the 20 years since New Flyer's establishment that such a situation had occurred, and the deficit for the first time wasn't a small amount. It was no wonder that Seabass revealed such a serious expression. After all, he was New Flyer's finance director, so he was the one who had the most direct contact with these numbers. Moreover, he was the one who was most clear about the reason for this possible deficit. Sir Chairman, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Seeing Sui finish reading the entire report and raise his head again, Seabass said with an unusually serious expression, "We should immediately stop providing free assistance to the Lampari Kingdom and other countries. Otherwise, in less than 2 years, our company will directly close down due to the serious financial burden." Chapter 11:16. Everyone in the conference room was shocked. The CEO, Grius, frowned and said in a deep voice, "Manager Seabass, please don't be an alarmist. Although our company has invested a lot in the war these past 2 years, putting a lot of pressure on our finances, it's still too much to say that it will cause our company to close down. That's right. Our company isn't stupid. Would we really go and help those countries for free? Don't forget that we got a lot of mineral resources from them." The president of the Xinfei Mining Chamber of Commerce, Li Sop, also agreed. "Although we don't have the time to get those minerals out, they will only be more valuable in the future. We will be making a steady profit. It can't just be mineral resources." The president of the Xinfei Household Magical Machinery Chamber of Commerce, Enkato, also said, "Apart from these things, as long as our company wins this war, we can force the two empires and the other countries to lower their tariffs. Even if we don't count the other things, just this point alone will make us a lot of money. When the time comes, not to mention a mere few tens of millions of gold coins, just our household magical machinery department will have a profit of over 100 million gold coins a year. Do you believe me? Hey, you guys have been talking for so long, but you've forgotten the most important thing. It's not like we had to fight this war. We were forced by those guys from the two empires, okay? If we don't help those countries, are we going to let the two empires come knocking on our door and get rid of us?" When these words were said, the entire conference room fell into silence again. That's right. With New Flyer's previous rapid development, it wouldn't take long before New Flyer's products would sweep through all the countries on the continent. With the high convenience and high quality of the various magic machines produced by New Flyer, the profits that New Flyer could make were simply unimaginable. That's why for New Flyer, stable development was the best method. There was no need to blindly stir up trouble or even start a war. This war had been started by the two empires since the beginning, and they had been expanding. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce had only been passively fighting. It wasn't hard to guess what the two empires were thinking. They clearly saw the large influence of the magic machine industry led by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, as well as the large benefits hidden in it. They weren't willing to see a normal company like the Frestec Chamber of Commerce control it, so they made an exception to attack the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. They wanted to take this new industry that had good prospects in their hands. Of course, the military magic machines developed by New Flyer did indeed make them very wary. Otherwise, with the strength of the two empires, they wouldn't even need to work together. They could do it themselves. In this situation, if the New Flyer didn't resist with all its might, the two empires would undoubtedly divide and annex the New Flyer after dealing with the New Flyer's allies. Therefore, this was a matter of life and death for New Flyer. There was no room for hesitation. As for money, if the New Flyer was gone, what was the point of thinking about money? Many people in the conference room looked at Seabass with a trace of dissatisfaction. Today was the most important meeting of the New Flyer on the first day of the new year. It would discuss the specific policies of the New Flyer in the new year. At this critical juncture, everyone naturally hoped that everyone could unite and get through this difficult time. However, Seabass jumped out and poured a bucket of cold water, which naturally made everyone unhappy. Seabass ignored everyone's gazes and only looked at Sue-E, waiting for Sue-E to speak. After everyone glared at Seabass, they all turned their gazes to Sue-E. In the end, the policies of the Chamber of Commerce were ultimately decided by the president. No matter what others said, it didn't have much meaning. Sue-E looked around, patted the financial report, and said with a smile, "Seabass is only giving the correct opinion from his point of view as the financial manager of the Chamber of Commerce. Why are you all so agitated?" Everyone stared blankly. The dwarf Lysop had always been outspoken and immediately asked, "Sir President, could it be that you agree with Seabass to reduce or give up on the support to the Lampari Kingdom and other countries?" "No, of course not." Sue-E immediately shook his head. Now is the most critical moment of the war. Moreover, we have already seen the dawn of victory and have begun our counterattack. How can we give up on our allies at this time? Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Seabass also didn't blink, as if he wasn't surprised by Sue-Yi's answer. "Sir President, the financial situation of the Chamber of Commerce is a fact. Please pay attention to it." "I understand." Sue-Yi nodded and turned to Enkato to ask, "Enkato, how is the situation of your household magic machine Chamber of Commerce this year?" Enkato was startled. He didn't expect Sue-Yi to suddenly change the topic to him. After thinking for a bit, he shook his head with an awkward smile. "Not very good. There are already 53 countries that have put a ban on our products. The remaining half of the countries have also greatly reduced their orders to us because of the war. Coupled with the heavy losses caused by the war, it is very difficult for a lot of goods to arrive safely even if there are orders. Just last month, we lost more than 1 million gold coins worth of goods on the road, which is almost half of last month's total profit." Hearing Ankto's words, the other managers of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's departments and branches all gave sighs. The Shinfei Household Magical Machinery Chamber of Commerce wasn't the only one in a similar situation. Due to the effects of the war that affected more than half of the continent, most of the trade routes on the continent were blocked. In the past half year, almost all of the New Flyer's business had suffered an extremely severe decline. This caused the overall profits of the New Flyer to greatly decrease. Even if there were many countries that were willing to cooperate with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, because the two empires and the countries that belonged to them represented the most deeply rooted traditional powers on the Signs continent, as well as having the strongest economy on the continent. Once the two sides started fighting, it was equal to sealing the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's largest market. One of the important reasons why the two empires would go to war with the New Flyer was that they believed that they had almost grasped the lifeline of the New Flyer. Just this point alone was enough to forcefully drag the New Flyer to death. In fact, the result wasn't far from what they expected. Since the beginning of last year, the New Flyer's profits had greatly decreased in just a year. Coupled with the fact that they supported the war, the New Flyer was forced to invest a large amount of money. It was even very likely that they would run a yearly financial deficit for the first time. If this situation continued for a few years, or even a decade, then a new flyer and the countries it supported would inevitably be completely consumed by the two empires. They would no longer be able to resist. Therefore, the key is to end this war as soon as possible. The sooner it ends, the better. Hearing Su Yi's conclusion, the new flyer executives in the conference room looked at each other in dismay. The chairman made it sound simple, but ended as soon as possible. The two empires were not pushovers. How could they make them admit defeat and end the war so quickly? Although the new flyer had broken the myth of the invincible archmages and caused the two empires to have no advantage on the battlefield, the two empires were still giants compared to the new flyer. Even if they worked together with the Lampari Kingdom and the other countries, it would be easier said than done to take them down. Su Yi didn't explain anything to them. He only asked about the final plans of the various departments and branches for the coming year, as per usual. After giving some simple suggestions, he announced the adjournment of the meeting. When they left, the executives of the new flyer all had varying degrees of confusion on their faces. When they couldn't predict the outcome of the war, they naturally couldn't make any more predictions about the future of the new flyer. This was completely different from the past, where they could clearly see the rapid development of the Chamber of Commerce in the coming year and make plans with greater clarity. It could be said that this was the first time the new flyer had encountered such a situation since its establishment more than 20 years ago. Of course, the new flyer had only been established for 20 years, and it had already become a mainstay of a force that could contend with the two empires. This was something that had never happened before in the history of the signs. If the new flyer won this war, the new flyer would become a legend of the signs. Not only was there no precedent, there would be no precedent in the future. The other high-level executives all left with complicated emotions, but Su Yi didn't stop at all. He came to the training base of the new Flyers Guards that wasn't far from the coast to the northwest of the company's main base. When he entered the base, he saw a magic airship slowly landing. Su Yi took a look and knew that he had come at the right time. The magic airship landed and the door opened. The guard Captain Hart quickly came out, and he wasn't surprised that Su Yi was outside. He came in front of Su Yi and gave a salute to Su Yi before saying in a loud voice, "Reporting to Sir Chairman, the guards have successfully completed their mission and have returned safely." Su Yi patted his shoulder with a smile and asked, "How does it feel to fight several archmagi?" Captain Hart's lips twitched, and he had a strange expression. After a while, he replied, "Sir Chairman, to be honest, I don't feel anything. We just set up everything according to the various tests and predetermined plans that we had done before, and then those magisters were dealt with just like that. To be honest, although I saw the whole process with my own eyes, I still feel a little confused. I even wonder if I'm dreaming." "You're saying those godlike archmagi were taken care of by us this easily?" Chapter 11:17. It's not like you weren't there when we were doing the test in Marrow City. Su Yi shrugged with a relaxed expression. "You've already trapped the two magisters back then. It shouldn't have been hard to kill them. Why do you still look like you can't believe it? After all, we didn't really kill them back then." Captain Hart shook his head, as if he still couldn't accept the fact that the magisters had fallen in battle with his subordinates. "All right, you'll get used to it in the future." Su Yi asked again, "You should already know about the next mission, right?" "I received the order on the way here." Captain Hart nodded, the expression on his face becoming even more strange. He couldn't help but ask again, "Chairman, didn't you personally release the two magisters from the Kamla Empire? Why do you want us to kill them now?" "I can't help it. Who told the two empires to be so disobedient?" Su Yi sighed. "If possible, I would also like to let the two empires understand that magisters aren't as useful as they think without harming their relationship. It would be better for everyone to sit down and talk about cooperation and development. Wouldn't that be great? But you've seen it for yourself." Captain Hart immediately laughed bitterly. He'd interacted with Su Yi many times in this period of time, and knew very well that the chairman didn't have any intention of going to war with the two empires. Otherwise, he wouldn't have released the two magisters from the Kamla Empire in Marrow City. But reality had proven that the chairman was too naive. The two empires had stood on the signs for nearly 1,000 years. How could they set aside their pride and arrogance just because of a single setback and seriously talk about cooperation and development according to the chairman's intentions? Moreover, the fundamental conflict between the two empires and the new flyer was the incomparably huge benefits hidden within the magic machine industry. Countless people could see this, and the two empires were well aware of it. They naturally hoped to grasp these benefits in their own hands and not be controlled by the new flyer. It could be said that the outbreak of this war was inevitable. The only difference was when. According to the plan, you should set out in 2 weeks. During this period of time, I need you to continue to strengthen your training in attacking magicians. With the previous battle results, I'm sure the other side will have a way to deal with it. That's why you need to become more proficient in this period of time. Only then will you be able to seize the initiative on the battlefield and continue suppressing the archmages. Do you understand what I mean? Sue, he said again. Understood. Captain Hart nodded vigorously. In fact, in the previous battle, if the other party hadn't been too careless, I'm afraid he wouldn't have fallen into the anti-magic domain so easily. With the agility of archmages, once they react, it won't be so easy to succeed. That's right. This is also a problem that the R&D Center and I have been considering during this period. This time, the guards have returned with first-hand combat data. This information is very important. We can use this information to make adjustments. Hart, you might have to stay with me in the R&D Center for the next few days. What do you think? Can you hold on? Captain Hart laughed heartily and patted his chest hard, making thumping sounds. Sir President, you don't need to worry about my body. But you, it's the first day of the new year. Don't you want to spend more time with Mrs. Steele? Steele went to the Demon Cloud continent with the fleet a week ago. Even if I wanted to accompany her, there was no one to accompany her. Sue, he helplessly spread out his hands. Huh? Captain Hart was stunned. Why did Mrs. Steele suddenly go to the Demon Cloud continent? The dragons over there sent back some feedback related to the illusion film. After Steele learned about it, she decided to go and investigate it in person. In addition to solving these problems, she is also preparing to develop the market on the Demon Cloud continent. Sue, he shrugged. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the Demon Cloud continent yet. She went there first. Captain Hart looked at Sue E. with a strange expression. After a while, he said, Sir President, I think you and Mrs. Steele are a match made in heaven. What do you mean? Sue, he looked at him inexplicably. They're both workaholics. ####. The first half of the year 3803 of the continental calendar was a rare period of peace in the last 2 years. However, this peace was extremely short-lived. On the 16th of January, the army of the Kingdom of Ruhr suddenly invaded the border of the Kamla Empire. After a day of fierce fighting, the border guards of the Kamla Empire were defeated and fled. The army of the Kingdom of Ruhr marched directly into the southwest province of the Kamla Empire. They marched all the way to Marrow City, where they met up with the new flyer guards that had been occupying Marrow City. On the 26th of January, the 8,000 new flyer guards that came as reinforcements broke through the defense line of the Kamla Empire with a large number of military magic machines and successfully arrived at Marrow City. They met up with the army of the Kingdom of Ruhr and the new flyer guards that had stayed behind. The next day, the army of the Kingdom of Ruhr and the new flyer guards in Marrow City, also known as the Lu Exine Army, launched an attack on the Southwest Province Army that had been stationed 5 kilometers away from the city for several months. The Southwest Province Army did not put up any effective resistance and directly chose to surrender. On the 4th of February, the Lu Exine Army that had rested for a while left Marrow City and marched towards the capital of the Southwest Province, Babel City. After receiving the news, the governor's office of the Southwest Province immediately organized the forces of the entire Southwest Province to intercept them. However, a total of 6 battles ended with the Southwest Province Army being defeated. The Lu Exine Army advanced triumphantly and arrived at Babel City on the 13th of February. They engaged in a fierce battle with the Southwest Province Army and the reinforcements sent by the Kamla Empire. Between the two sides, the Rudsun Kingdom's army still had 47,000 Rudsun Kingdom soldiers and 12,000 Frestek Chamber of Commerce guards left after many battles. The Kandra Empire's side had a total of 130,000 soldiers from the Southwest Province's Governor's Manor. The Kandra Empire's army headquarters had a total of 70,000 soldiers from the 3 regiments, as well as a large number of magicians and 5 archmagi. This was an unprecedented power. This kind of terrifying force was enough to defend against all attacks and even destroy all enemies in the history of the signs. However, after fighting with the Lu Exine army, the Kanla Empire's army was blocked within Babril City by the Lu Exine army. Under the fierce magic cannon fire of the Lu Exine army, they couldn't even come out of the city gates. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the battle did not end quickly. Instead, it lasted for an entire month. During this time, the Kanla Empire's military department kept sending reinforcements to Babril City, mobilizing close to half of the Kanla Empire's army. However, these reinforcements would be ambushed by the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic airships and magic tanks on the way, so they couldn't resist and suffered heavy losses. When they finally reached Babril City, most of them had already been defeated. They couldn't increase the defenses of Babril City and even became a burden to it. Conversely, the Kanla Empire had tried to ambush the reinforcements and supplies of the Lu Exine army, but they were quickly defeated by the magic airships that came each time. They couldn't affect the Lu Exine army at all. Moreover, even if the Lu Exine army went deep into the Kanla Empire and their supply lines were stretched with the fast transport of the New Flyer's large transport magic cars, the Lu Exine army supply lines never had any problems. The Lu Exine army surrounding Babril never ran out of ammunition. They were even able to build a decent camp outside the city in a month's time at a jaw-dropping speed. After a month, the Kanla Empire's army in Babril City finally ran out of supplies and couldn't keep defending. Even if the 5 archmagi still had battle strength and there were close to 200,000 soldiers in the city, without supplies, not only did they not have the ability to keep fighting, they also lost the courage to keep fighting. In this month, the Kanla Empire's army in the city tried everything to use the 5 archmagi to fight back against the Lu Exine army, but they didn't succeed a single time. If it wasn't for the death of the 3 archmagi from the Malar Empire that made the 5 archmagi pay more attention, they would have already died in the countless battles in the past month. A month later, the Kanla Empire's army in Babril City launched their final and largest counterattack. After 2 days of intense fighting, the Kanla Empire's army paid a heavy price of 50,000 soldiers, over 100 high-grade magicians, and 6 great magicians before finally breaking out. The 5 archmagi and the remaining magicians mixed in with the remaining 100,000 Kanla Empire's army and fled the city. At this point, Babril City had finally fallen. As the capital of the southwest province of the Kanla Empire, it was where the governor's office was located. The fall of Babril City meant that the last resistance of the southwest province had dissipated and the southwest province had fallen. In the 1,000 years of history since the establishment of the Kanla Empire, although there had been times when they were invaded by other countries due to the decline of their national strength, there had never been a case where an entire province had fallen into the hands of the enemy. After the news spread, the entire continent was silent. If it was said that the Malar Empire and the Frankish Kingdom's army had suffered great losses in the Battle of the Grecius mountain range, as well as the Malar Empire's army's failure to resist the attack of the Frankish Kingdom's army on the border of the Malar Empire, as well as the loss of 3 archmagi, it could be said that the Malar Empire didn't have enough experience. At the same time, it could also be said that the Kanla Empire's defeat was due to a love rival. The southwest province could be said to have resisted with all their strength. The Kanla Empire's army also gave their full support. Not only did they send a large number of reinforcements, they also sent 5 archmagi as reinforcements. They also mobilized more than half of the Kanla Empire's forces to try and encircle the Frankish Kingdom's army. However, the Kanla Empire's side was defeated in the end. Even with the help of the 5 archmagi, they were unable to resist the attack of the Frankish Kingdom's army. In the end, Even such an important provincial capital was breached. Such a result was simply the most obvious thing to tell everyone. The new army represented by the new flyer guards was truly unstoppable on the battlefield. Chapter 11:18. Three magic sedans that looked very luxurious drove through the north gate of Babel City and slowly stopped in front of the fully armed new flyer guards. The back door opened, and the Canla Empire's Commerce Minister Descartes Marquis came out with his group. When they got out, there was a cool breeze that blew on at Descartes Marquis, but it didn't make him feel cold at all. Rather, there was a bit of warmth in it. Descartes Marquis couldn't help looking up at the sky. He found that the sun was in the sky, and the sunlight was bright, but it wasn't dazzling and wasn't hot. It was the best weather for people to enjoy at the beginning of spring. It was already the end of April, and it would be May in a few days, so it was natural that there would be this kind of good weather. But with this warm spring breeze, Descartes Marquis didn't feel any warmth in his heart at all. Rather, it was like the winter hadn't completely passed, and there was still a bit of coldness in his heart. As the commerce minister of the strongest empire on the continent, the Canla Empire, he had to lead a group of envoys to negotiate with others. So how could he not feel cold in his heart? Descartes Marquis turned to look at the other members of the group and found that they all had unhappy expressions. It could be seen that they were just as unhappy as he was. The powerful Canla Empire had always forced others to negotiate with them. When had they ever taken the initiative to negotiate with them? After half a month of discussion between the royal family and the Council of Elders, they had finally decided to negotiate with a new flyer. Once it was announced, it created a large stir in the Canla Empire and created countless voices of opposition. Almost everyone thought that taking the initiative to negotiate was showing weakness, which was simply the greatest shame to the empire. In the history of the Canla Empire, although they had taken the initiative to negotiate several times, the other party was a large empire like the Malar Empire that was on the same level as the Canla Empire. So taking the initiative to negotiate because the situation wasn't good wasn't that shameful. Anyway, the Malar Empire had taken the initiative to negotiate with the Canla Empire more often. But this time, the Canla Empire had taken the initiative to negotiate with a trivial kingdom of Ruhr. To be more clear, everyone knew that the real target of this peace negotiation was just a small company like the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. A trivial company taking the initiative to lower their heads. How could the proud Canla people be happy? However, this was the decision of the royal family and the Council of Elders, which meant that taking the initiative to negotiate was the consensus of the high level of the empire. At the same time, this also meant that the high level of the empire had lost confidence in continuing the war with the Kingdom of Ruhr and the New Flyer. As such, they had no choice but to use the method of negotiating to temporarily end the war. Because one of the targets of the negotiation was the New Flyer, objectively speaking, it was just a company. Marquis Descartes, the head of the Canla Empire's Department of Commerce, was sent to be the leader of this diplomatic group and was mainly in charge of this negotiation. It was the first time in the history of the Canla Empire, or even the entire history of the Signs, that an official who mainly dealt with business was in charge of the negotiation. Of course, being forced to this extent by a company's guards was the first time in the history of the Canla Empire and the entire Signs. Marquis Descartes swept his gaze across the fully armed guards wearing the uniform of the New Flyer and sighed inwardly. Even if he knew nothing about military affairs, he could tell from the equipment on these guards that the New Flyer's guards far surpassed the Canla Empire's army. Most of the Canla Empire's soldiers were only wearing soft leather armor that couldn't withstand a single blow. The better ones were only wearing half a set of armor, and they were holding primitive swords made of fine iron. Apart from that, they were only equipped with a small wooden shield and nothing more. The New Flyer's guards were wearing bright armor that was definitely made of high-hardness steel that the New Flyer had smelted. They weren't holding traditional weapons like swords either. Instead, they were holding a strange-looking weapon that was said to be able to shoot small but powerful magic bullets. It was said that this weapon, known as the magic rifle, had a shooting range of over 200 meters, even surpassing the vast majority of bows and arrows. This meant that if the soldiers of both sides were to fight, most of the Kanla Empire's soldiers would have died before they could even reach the New Flyers' guards. Not to mention that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's guard were carrying a large steel pipe, but it was actually a terrifying weapon called the individual magic bazooka. Once this thing was used, the magic rocket's range would reach a shocking 500 meters. Moreover, the might of the magic rocket was incomparably shocking. It could create a giant hole in the ground with a single shot, enough to bury a small army of the Kanla Empire. If they were to fight head-on, the Kanla Empire soldiers would first be baptized by these terrifying magic rockets before charging through the dense firepower of the magic rifle. Only then would they have a chance of killing the New Flyers guards with the traditional swords in their hands. Because the New Flyers guards were wearing special armor, even if they didn't activate their magic shields, normal swords couldn't pierce through the hard armor at all. Naturally, it was impossible to injure these guards at all. However, what made Descartes, Marquis, and the generals of the army headquarters feel despair was that all of this was based on ignoring the large amount of magic cannons, magic tanks, and the invincible magic airships that the New Flyers guards had. If these things were included, the Kanla Empire soldiers wouldn't even be able to use the magic rockets and magic rifles of the New Flyers guards, not to mention charging in front of them to kill them. This kind of thing had already been proven countless times in the previous battles. The generals of the army headquarters were well aware of this, but they couldn't find a good way to solve it. The emperor was also well aware of this, but he also couldn't do a thing. Before this, the emperor had tried to strengthen the internal control of the empire, using a strong military management during special times. He used the advantage of the Kanla Empire's resources to slowly wear down the New Flyer. But the New Flyer didn't give the Kanla Empire a chance to drag this out at all. No one would have thought that the New Flyer would work with the Kingdom of Ruhr's army to attack the Kanla Empire, taking the entire southwest province in just 2 months. Moreover, in these battles, the Kanla Empire's army couldn't stop the New Flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr's army, even if they had many powerful archmagi. Reality proved that the Kanla Empire didn't have the ability to drag this out at all. Therefore, after careful consideration, the emperor and the council of elders had no choice but to take the initiative to seek peace with the New Flyer. To put it bluntly, this was just another delaying tactic. What the Kanla Empire needed was a large amount of time for their military magic machine research to catch up to the New Flyer. Only then would they have the capital to fight the New Flyer on the battlefield. Otherwise, if the New Flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr's army continued to move closer to the Kanla Empire, the Kanla Empire wouldn't be able to stop them. They could only watch as the Kanla Empire's territory slowly devoured and eventually reached Wimbledon City. Whether it was the Emperor or the Council of Elders, they wouldn't allow this to happen, so Descartes Marquis came. The good thing was that after the Kanla Empire proposed peace talks, the Kingdom of Ruhr and the New Flyer directly agreed. They didn't reject them as strongly as many people thought. After quickly thinking about all of this, Descartes Marquis took a soft breath and calmed the chill and melancholy in his heart. He had a gentle and reserved smile on his face as he walked over to the welcoming crowd. Descartes Marquis, welcome to Babril City. The person in charge of welcoming them was a foreign affairs official sent by the Kingdom of Ruhr and the New Flyer's external manager, young Miss Soli. Seeing Descartes Marquis get out of the magic sedan, the Kingdom of Ruhr's foreign affairs official warmly greeted Descartes Marquis before giving the right to lead to young Miss Soli. Whether it was the Kanla Empire or the Kingdom of Ruhr, they were both clear that whether it was this war or this peace talk, the main character was the New Flyer. Young Miss Soli, after not seeing you for many years, you're still this beautiful. You're like a flower that has just bloomed, making people sigh in admiration. No matter what Descartes Marquis thought, he still maintained the good demeanor of a noble on the surface. Miss Soria, on the other hand, had a completely different style. She simply nodded at Marquis Descartes and made a gesture of invitation. Descartes Marquis, please come this way. Sir Chairman is waiting for you. Oh, Chairman Sue is already here? Descartes Marquis' eyes twitched, and he couldn't help revealing a look of joy. The main character of this peace talk was the new flyer, and the main character of the new flyer was without a doubt their chairman Sui. For Sui to personally come, it was enough to prove that the new flyer attached great importance to this peace talk and was very sincere. Chapter 11:19. Sui looked at the representative of the Kingdom of Ruhr who was in charge of this negotiation, Count Diedemans, the director of the Kingdom of Ruhr's Foreign Affairs Department. His gaze was filled with undisguised scrutiny. This time, the Kanla Empire's proposal for peace talks was both within and outside of his expectations. As the war continued, the Kanla Empire suffered crushing defeat after crushing defeat. From these crushing defeats, they realized that the powerful army they were so proud of and the magi they relied on the most were meaningless. As such, they were bound to realize that it would be very difficult for them to win this war. Since this was the case, in order to ensure the integrity of the Kanla Empire's territory and prevent further losses, initiating peace talks was a necessary measure for the Kanla Empire. This was because if the peace talks were successful, it would at least buy a lot of time for the Kanla Empire. What Sui didn't expect was that the Kanla Empire would actually recognize the fact that they couldn't compete with the new flyer on the battlefield so early. As such, they proposed peace talks much earlier than Sui expected. This was enough to prove that the Kanla Empire wasn't just a bunch of people who lived in tradition and still had the mentality of "I'm number one in the world." There were many people who could clearly see the situation clearly. This was why Sui personally represented the new flyer in this negotiation. If the Kanla Empire could truly see the situation clearly and come up with a plan that satisfied Sui, then he wouldn't mind negotiating for peace. In the end, the Kanla Empire was one of the two great empires on this continent. With the strength of the new flyer, even if they cooperated with the other empires, it was basically impossible for them to swallow the entire Kanla Empire. Sui also didn't wish to see the Kanla Empire being riddled with holes and in a complete mess through war. In the history of Earth, there had actually been a similar situation. The ancient Mongol army had the ability to be completely invincible on the battlefield. This allowed them to ride on war horses and sweep across the Eurasian continent, establishing an incomparably huge empire that covered almost the entire Eurasian continent. However, such an empire was only nominally occupied. In reality, the Mongol Empire's control over its own territory was extremely weak. It didn't last long before it was completely divided and gradually died out. New Flyer now relied on countless military magic machines that were countless times more advanced and had invincible fighting strength on the battlefield. If Sui was willing, he could actually let the New Flyer's cooperation with the other empires and invincible in the signs. However, this was meaningless. Sui's dream was to create a complete magic machine industry system on the Signs continent. Then he would use this system to greatly increase the productivity and production level of the continent, improving the civilization of the continent and improving the lives of everyone. War was only a means, not an end. The reason why there was a war with the traditional powers represented by the two empires was because the two empires wanted to snatch the leadership of the magic industry from New Flyer and the huge benefits it contained. Sui didn't care about these benefits, but Sui wouldn't allow the leadership to fall into the hands of others. Apart from himself, Sui didn't believe that there was another person on the continent who had the same knowledge and experience in building a magic industry. If this peace talk is successful, we will certainly compensate your country. I believe that you will be satisfied. At this time, Marquis Descartes had finished the preliminary negotiations with Count Diedemans and turned to look at Sui. Chairman Sui, what is the opinion of New Flyer? Sui smiled. The peace talk was initiated by the Kanla Empire, so of course you should be the one to propose the conditions first. Chairman Sui is right. Marquis Descartes nodded and raised his hand to make a gesture. Two people walked out from the diplomatic group of the Kanla Empire behind him and came in front of Sui and Count Diedemans. They took out two documents and handed them to each of them. This is the preliminary peace talk agreement drafted by the Empire's Council of Elders. Please take a look. Su Yi and Count Diamond's looked at each other and reached out to take the document. They opened it and read it carefully, then frowned slightly. In this peace talk agreement, the Kanla Empire proposed that after the two sides agreed to a truce, the Kingdom of Ruhr and New Flyer would withdraw from the Kanla Empire's territory, and the Kanla Empire would not pursue the losses they caused to the Kanla Empire in this war. This was normal. After all, this was the basis of the truce between the two sides. However, in this agreement, the Kanla Empire's words still had a hint of arrogance, which made people uncomfortable. Of course, the tone and words were not important. What was important was the conditions. In the terms of the truce proposed by the Kanla Empire, the Kanla Empire stated that after the truce, the Kanla Empire would be fully open to the Kingdom of Ruhr and New Flyer, and would provide a series of preferential policies. The opening to the Kingdom of Ruhr was mainly to remove the long-standing hostile policy between the two sides on the border, allowing the Kingdom of Ruhr's civilians and merchants to freely enter the Kanla Empire. At the same time, they would be given special treatment that was second only to the Kanla Empire civilians. At the same time, the Kanla Empire would also withdraw the troops that were originally hoarded on the border between the two sides. They would also select 10 cities on the border as cities for in-depth cooperation between the two sides. The Kingdom of Ruhr's citizens would not have to pay taxes when entering these 10 cities. In short, this series of conditions revolve around the preferential policies that the Kanla Empire would give to the Kingdom of Ruhr. Although it seemed good, there was not much to it. The Kanla Empire would not invest too little manpower and resources in this. In fact, these conditions even had a hint of charity. In comparison, the conditions that the Kanla Empire gave to the New Flyer were much better. The Kanla Empire promised that after the truce between the two sides, the Kanla Empire would give the New Flyer the same treatment as the Kanla Empire's internal chamber of commerce. In other words, any products of the New Flyer that entered the Kanla Empire would not have to pay taxes. They would only have to pay the same tax as the Kanla Empire's chamber of commerce. At the same time, the New Flyer would be protected by the Kanla Empire's laws. If there were any disputes or accidents, the Kanla Empire would provide all kinds of support to the New Flyer. In addition, the Kanla Empire also promised to further cooperate with the New Flyer, guaranteeing that any cooperation with the New Flyer would receive the highest priority from the Kanla Empire and enjoy all kinds of benefits and privileges. At first glance, these conditions were very tempting. This was because for a chamber of commerce like the New Flyer, it could be said to be extremely convenient. Just the removal of taxes would allow the New Flyer's imports from the Kanla Empire to increase by leaps and bounds, resulting in even more shocking profits. If any other normal chamber of commerce received these conditions, they would undoubtedly be deeply grateful and honored to the Kanla Empire. However, when Su Yi saw these conditions, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Descartes Marquis, are these all the conditions that the Kanla Empire has proposed? Su Yi raised the peace agreement in his hand and asked Descartes Marquis. Descartes Marquis smiled and replied, "This is only a preliminary agreement. If Chairman Su is dissatisfied in any way, we could discuss further." "I'm not dissatisfied in any way." Su Yi shook his head and lightly tossed the peace agreement in his hand. The agreement flew back as if it had grown wings and landed on the table in front of Descartes Marquis with a thump. Su Yi then raised his voice slightly and continued with a serious expression. "I'm not satisfied with this entire agreement. Descartes Marquis, if the Kanla Empire wishes to negotiate with such an attitude, then please go back. We'll meet on the battlefield." Descartes Marquis glanced at the agreement on the table. There was no trace of panic on his face. After a moment of silence, he continued with a smile. "Chairman Su, peace talks are meant to be discussed slowly. If you're not satisfied with the conditions, we can make new ones. Or you can just state the conditions that New Flyer wants, and we'll adjust according to the situation. What do you think?" Su Yi glanced at him, then stood up and left the meeting room. The other members of New Flyer present didn't hesitate in the slightest and followed Su Yi out. Descartes Marquis and all the members of the Kanla Empire's diplomatic corps were immediately stunned. They never would have thought that Su Yi would have such a bad temper and leave on the spot. This was completely different from the various negotiations they had in mind. If you're not satisfied with the conditions, then Descartes Marquis had already said that they could negotiate slowly. But you didn't say anything and just left. What's going on? Descartes Marquis was stunned for a while. Then he turned to Count Didymans and asked, Sir Count, isn't Chairman Sue a bit unreasonable? Since you've already agreed to negotiate with us, isn't it a bit too much to put on such an attitude? Count Didymans, on the other hand, had a relaxed smile on his face. He glanced at Marquis Descartes and slowly took a sip of his wine. Then he slowly said, Marquis Descartes, do you still not understand? This is the peace talk that your Camla Empire proposed. But you put forward such conditions that are like trying to coax a child. Don't you think it's ridiculous? You said that Chairman Sue's attitude wasn't good. Then I'd like to ask you, is your attitude good enough? Descartes Marquis' face darkened. I've already said that if you're not satisfied with the conditions, we can negotiate in detail. The so-called negotiation is to find a result that everyone is satisfied with, isn't it? Count Didymans chuckled and shook his head. He put the teacup in his hand on the table, got up, and slowly walked out of the room. The other members of the Kingdom of Ruhr in the room also left. In the blink of an eye, only the members of the Camla Empire's diplomatic corps were left in the large meeting room. Even the servants who were in charge of serving tea and water had left. Descartes Marquis and the other members of the diplomatic corps looked at each other, speechless for a while. Chapter 1120. Marquis Descartes had originally thought that Su Yi's unexpectedly tough attitude was just a negotiation tactic to force the Camla Empire to change the terms that were more beneficial to them. This kind of negotiation tactic was common, so he was only surprised at the beginning, but was not in a hurry. He reported the situation of the negotiations to the upper echelons of the Camla Empire while preparing to continue contact with a new flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr to proceed with the next step of the negotiations. However, what he didn't expect was that whether it was the Rudsun Kingdom or the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they all firmly rejected his request to meet again. So even after he and the envoy stayed in Babel City for a week, they didn't see a single person from the Rudsun Kingdom or the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, not to mention Su Yi, who had a decisive role in this. A week later, a piece of news reached Marquis Descartes' ears and immediately shocked him and everyone in the diplomatic group. The Kingdom of Ruhr and the new Flyers Guards had breached Mabian City in the southern part of the Talamon province 2 days ago, which was the 3rd of May. They were now approaching the provincial capital of the Talamon province. Lord Marquis, these guys, they really don't seem to have any intention of negotiating with us. A member of the diplomatic group said to Marquis Descartes, dumbfounded. Marquis Descartes could no longer maintain his usual calm expression, and his weak smile was full of bitterness. He had never thought that the new flyer in the Kingdom of Ruhr would actually have the face to not even give them a chance to negotiate and directly continue to attack. Did they really think that they had the ability to defeat the powerful Camla Empire? Lord Marquis, what will we do now? Another member of the diplomatic group asked. Marquis Descartes shook his head lightly, his expression somewhat blank. The new flyer's toughness was completely beyond his expectations, and he did not know what to do. After thinking for a long time, Marquis Descartes let out a long sigh. Let's wait. The only thing we can do is wait. No matter what, it depends on the performance on the battlefield. So now, we can only hope that the soldiers of the Empire will not let us down. The other members of the diplomatic group looked at each other, and they could all see the bitterness in each other's smiles. If the soldiers of the Empire did not let them down on the battlefield, why would they appear here and even have to endure the arrogance of the Kingdom of Ruhr and the new flyer? Hashtag from another point of view, the soldiers of the Camla Empire army really did not let the diplomatic group members down, because they did not resist the attack of the Kingdom of the Empire. After the outbreak of the Empire's army, the Talamon province fell faster than the Southwest province. In less than 21 days, the capital of the Talamon province was broken through. The governor of the Talamon province, Duke Lager, did not retreat and died in battle. The 5 arch-magi that the Kanla Empire requested for reinforcements were not all spared. 1 arch-magus fell, 2 of the remaining 4 arch-magi were heavily injured, and the other 2 were forced to retreat. After the province fell, the 5 northern cities of the Talamon province all surrendered to the kingdom of Ruhr's army. Like this, the Talamon province had completely fallen. On the 29th day of the 5th month, the governor of the southern province, Duke Ermin Windsor, suddenly announced the independence of the southern province, separating from the Kanla Empire. When this news came out, the entire Kanla Empire was shocked, and the signs were also shocked. On the 7th day of the 6th month, the most southern province of the Kanla Empire, as well as the province with the most coastlines in the Kanla Empire, the Toria province, also announced their separation from the Kanla Empire, but they didn't announce their independence. Rather, they announced that they were joining the Principality of Constantine. The Toria province was one of the provinces of the Kanla Empire that cooperated with the New Flyer the most. In these years, the New Flyer had already built close to 100 projects in the Toria province, involving almost all aspects of the Toria province. It could be considered the province with the deepest infiltration. When the Kanla Empire announced that the New Flyer was a hostile company, although the New Flyer industries in the Toria province suffered some damage, most of them were preserved through various methods. This allowed the New Flyer's influence in the Toria province to be deeply rooted. So when the Toria province announced their separation from the Kanla Empire after the southern province, joining the Principality of Constantine, although it shocked many people, it didn't exceed many people's expectations. But unlike the southern province's declaration of independence, the Toria province's declaration of independence caused serious damage to the Kanla Empire. Because of the restrictions of the cooperation agreement between the New Flyer and the Kanla Empire, the New Flyer's magic machine industry projects in the Kanla Empire were mainly concentrated in 2 places. The first place was the industrial base near the capital, Wimbledon City. It was mainly used as a demonstration, so the scale wasn't large. In comparison, the New Flyer and the Kanla Empire's real cooperation projects could be said to be concentrated in the Toria province. Just the scale of the magic machine industry in the Toria province alone was enough to account for 70% of the magic machine industry development in the Kanla Empire. Now that the Toria province had separated from the Kanla Empire, it instantly had a serious impact on all aspects of the Kanla Empire. It immediately caused a nationwide panic in the Kanla Empire. More importantly, the separation of the Toria province meant that the Kanla Empire had lost its southern coastline and all of its ports to the sea. The current Kanla Empire had practically become a landlocked country. Of course, the people in the signs didn't have a strong understanding of this point. The focus of everyone's attention was still on the new Lushan army that was advancing into the Kanla Empire. 2 provinces had been taken, and during this time, the Kanla Empire's army didn't see any hope of victory. This was a serious blow to the morale and confidence of the Kanla Empire. Although the Kanla Empire didn't give up and thought of a way to turn this situation around, they had no chance of winning at all. Even if they wanted to set an ambush to turn the situation around, the magic airships that were everywhere in the New Flyer had turned all of their ambushes into jokes. As the new Lushan army approached Wimbledon City step by step, the citizens of the Kanla Empire didn't feel anything, but the high-level nobles of the empire became more and more unsettled. After the Southwest Province and the Toria Province, there were another 13 provinces that announced their separation from the Kanla Empire. They also expressed various degrees of cooperation to the New Flyer. Like this, close to half of the Kanla Empire's provinces had left their control. In the close to 1,000 years of history of the Kanla Empire, there had been chaos caused by various reasons. There had even been times when the imperial capital, Wimbledon City, fell into chaos and was even close to being destroyed. In these dangerous times, the Kanla Empire had always recovered and returned to being a large empire. But this time, it was different from all the crises that had happened before. When the Kanla Empire fell into a crisis before, it was mostly because of internal strife. But this time, the Kanla Empire didn't have any internal strife. Rather, in the close to 100 years before this, the Kanla Empire's imperial power was the most stable and developed golden age. In a normal situation, this kind of Kamla Empire couldn't be defeated at all. But now, with the appearance of the new flyer, all of the Kamla Empire's defenses were shattered and the Kamla Empire was thrown into chaos. August 16th could be considered the hottest day of the year. On this day, the New Coalition Army took the southernmost city of the Kamla Empire's central province, St. Anthonis, and officially stepped into the central province. They truly threatened the heart of the Kamla Empire, Wimbledon City. 5 days later, Marquis Descartes once again led the diplomatic group and appeared in front of the New Coalition Army outside St. Anthonis. But unlike 4 months ago, when Marquis Descartes saw the fully equipped new flyer guards in the New Coalition Army, he didn't have any sense of superiority as a Kamla Empire's Lord Marquis. There was only endless bitterness and dispiritedness. The countless battles with the New Coalition Army in the past few months told everyone that the Kamla Empire that was incomparably powerful in people's hearts was actually so weak. Starting from last year, the continuous defeats that lasted for more than a year had completely shattered the confidence of the nobles like Descartes Marquis in the Kamla Empire. It also shattered the pride in their hearts. No matter how much they cursed and hated in their hearts, they had to admit that the Empire was helpless against the demon-bestowed military magic machines of the new flyer. Even Descartes Marquis felt a trace of joy and relief in his heart. In the past 4 months, the Kamla Empire had made many requests to the new flyer for peace talks. Descartes Marquis had even risked his life to come to the front of the New Coalition Army many times, but the new flyer had never responded. And now, the new flyer finally gave a positive response and agreed to give the Kamla Empire another chance for peace talks. Descartes Marquis was naturally overjoyed, and the entire upper echelons of the Kamla Empire were also overjoyed. Since the new flyer was still willing to negotiate, it meant that there was still hope for things to ease. As for what the Kamla Empire would become after the peace talks, that was something to consider in the future. Chapter 1121. Descartes Marquis. We meet again. Count Didymus looked at Descartes Marquis with a smile full of meaning. Descartes Marquis could only smile bitterly in his heart. After greeting Count Didymus, he directly turned to Sue E. Chairman Sue, I came here on behalf of the Empire with absolute sincerity. If the new Flyer Kingdom of Ruhr has any conditions, we can all sit down and have a good discussion. Even if there is, Sue E. raised his hand to interrupt him, then nodded to Miss Soria, who was standing beside him. Miss Soria took out a document from her bag and handed it directly to Marquis. This is the armistice condition proposed by our Chamber of Commerce. Sue E. glanced at Descartes Marquis, who was staring at the document in a daze, and explained. Descartes Marquis reached out to take it, but after just a glance, he immediately exclaimed, "This is impossible." In the armistice agreement, the Kamla Empire was required to be completely open to the new flyer. They were not allowed to interfere with any of the new flyer's economic activities within the Kamla Empire, nor were they allowed to have any jurisdiction over them. If the Kamla Empire agreed to this condition, it would be equivalent to letting a monster enter the Kamla Empire. With the new flyer's current strong commercial ability and development potential, as long as the Kamla Empire did this, Descartes Marquis could completely predict that the new flyer would be able to control almost all of the magic industry-related industries within the Kamla Empire in a short time. For the current Science continent, the magic machine industry was very important to any country. If the magic industry was controlled by the new flyer, it was almost equivalent to the Kamla Empire being controlled by the new flyer. How could the Kamla Empire agree to such a condition? However, when Descartes continued to flip through the other conditions, he found that the first condition was somewhat acceptable. Everything else aside, let's talk about the third condition. The new flyer actually requested that the Kamla Empire ban all research related to military magic machines. God above, all the countries of the Science continent were clear that the military magic machines were the key to victory on the battlefield. If the Kamla Empire gave up on the research of military magic machines, wouldn't that mean that the Kamla Empire would forever be in a passive position on the battlefield, just like how they were suppressed by the new flyer and the Kingdom of Ur. This also meant that the Kanla Empire would lose all hope of ever turning the situation around in the future. They would completely lose the capital to be an empire. Chairman Su, aren't these conditions a bit too much? Because of last time's experience, even if Marquis was trembling in anger from these conditions, he still controlled his tone and didn't directly reprimand him. Not to mention our Kanla Empire agreeing to these conditions. I'm afraid no country on the continent would agree to them. It's the exact opposite. Su, you revealed a faint smile. Before you, our company had already signed the same agreement with 17 countries. That included the Windsor Kingdom and the Toria Autonomous Region. Hearing the words Windsor Kingdom and Toria Autonomous Region, including Descartes and Marquis, the faces of the Kanla Empire's diplomatic group turned red and their faces were filled with anger. The so-called Windsor Kingdom and Toria Autonomous Region were actually the Kanla Empire's southern province and Toria province. After the southern province declared their independence, the Governor Duke Windsor announced the establishment of the Windsor Kingdom, and he became the first king of the Windsor Kingdom. Although the Toria province was merged with the Principality of Constantine, after the Principality of Constantine's parliament passed a resolution, the Toria province became the Toria Autonomous Region. It was ruled by the Principality of Constantine in name, but was actually governed by a joint conference of the Toria province. Almost all the members of this conference had a deep relationship with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, even being the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's representatives. So everyone knew that this conference was controlled by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. In other words, there was no problem with the Toria province being considered a territory under the New Flyers name. Su-e mentioning the Windsor Kingdom and the Toria Autonomous Region at this time was simply slapping the faces of Marquis Descartes and the other members of the envoy group, so naturally they were in a bad mood. But even like this, Descartes and Marquis suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to calmly say to Su, Chairman Su, I think that whether it is the Emperor or the elders of the Council of Elders, they won't agree to this condition. I hope that you can seriously consider it and put forward some more realistic conditions so that everyone can discuss it, right? Su-e blinked. That means that you won't agree? You can't say it like that. Everyone can slowly discuss it. Descartes and Marquis could hear the unkind tone in Su-yi's voice, so he immediately added this. If the new flyer insists on this condition, then I can't make the decision. I can only report these conditions to the Emperor and the Council of Elders and let them discuss it. Su-e looked at Descartes and Marquis with a smile that wasn't a smile. All right. But Descartes and Marquis, I have to remind you that I will only give you a week to consider it. If you exceed this time, I can't guarantee anything. Descartes and Marquis looked down at the armistice agreement in his hand. After a moment of silence, he nodded and turned to Count Didymans. Count Didymans, I think the Kingdom of Ruhr should have already prepared an armistice agreement, right? Count Didymans smiled and clapped his hands. A Kingdom of Ruhr official handed an agreement to Descartes and Marquis. Descartes and Marquis didn't even open the agreement to look at it. After all, he didn't dare to agree to a single condition of the armistice agreement from the new flyer, so there was no point in discussing the armistice agreement from the Kingdom of Ruhr. Moreover, everyone knew that the key to the armistice was the new flyer. If they couldn't deal with the new flyer, even if they could reach an armistice agreement with the Kingdom of Ruhr, there was no value. No matter what, he had to bring these two armistice agreements back to the Emperor and the Council of Elders for them to look at before they could make a decision. Although Descartes and Marquis knew that the Emperor and the Council of Elders wouldn't agree to such ridiculous conditions, it was still good to delay for another week. The Empire needed time to prepare for their counterattack, and the longer they delayed, the stronger their counterattack would be. As long as there was enough time, the Empire would still have a chance to counterattack. The Kandra Empire's envoy stayed in St. Anthonis City that had been occupied by the Lu Exine army for 2 days before reluctantly leaving. According to Descartes and Marquis, after they returned to Wimbledon City, they would immediately report the armistice conditions from the new flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr to the Emperor and the Council of Elders of the Kanla Empire. Then, they would try to give a clear answer within a week. They hoped that the new flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr would stop fighting during this time and calmly wait for good news from the Kanla Empire. Hey, Chairman Su, this Marquis Descartes and Marquis Diamonds are really persistent. With this delay, the buffer time we gave to the Kanla Empire has been forcefully extended by 3 days. Count Dykemans curled his lips as he watched the Kanla Empire's diplomatic group disappear into the distance. He spoke to Su Yi with a look of disdain. Do you believe that in a week, he will definitely come back with 2 agreements that have been changed beyond recognition and repeat the same thing? In short, he will delay for as long as he can. That's not strange. Su Yi shook his head. The Kanla Empire definitely wants to delay for as long as possible. They still have great confidence in the so-called foundation of the empire and think that they can slowly exhaust us to death. But they don't know that if this drags on, we will only become stronger and stronger while they will only become weaker and weaker. Marquis Dykemans laughed heartily. Those idiots still refuse to recognize the earth-shattering changes brought about by the magic machine industry. They still think that they can rely on this ancient and backward empire to suppress us in every aspect. How foolish. They definitely don't think that even though we spent a lot of money fighting this war, we will only earn even more. Su Yi smiled. He thought that not only did the Kanla Empire's nobles, but even many of the new flyers' higher-ups couldn't understand this logic. They were worried and even panicked about the huge economic pressure that New Flyer's participation in the war would bring to New Flyer. But in reality, this was not the case at all. At the start of the war, New Flyer had invested a terrifying amount of funds and resources. In just a year, they had invested a total of more than 200 million gold coins in various aspects, to the point that the New Flyer's normal operations were almost affected. But as the war progressed, the New Flyer, the Lampari Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Ruhr cooperated to counterattack the 2 empires, and the situation took a huge turn. The main reason was that the countless victories had caused cracks to appear in the factions of the 2 empires. After realizing that the regular armies of the 2 empires and powerful figures like the Archmages were unable to resist the attacks of the New Flyer Alliance, many countries that originally belonged to the 2 empires' factions privately expressed the idea of re-cooperating with the New Flyer. As for those countries that had maintained a neutral attitude before, the close to 100 countries that made up half of the countries on the Signs continent gradually changed their attitudes and began to lean towards the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. After the New Flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr's alliance took down St. Anthonis, as many as 24 countries sent representatives to contact the New Flyer within 3 days, expressing their intention to cooperate. This way, the situation in the Signs was completely different from when the 2 empires had crushed the Signs at the start of the war. Instead, the New Flyer Alliance had obtained the support of more than 2/3 of the countries in the Signs. With this support, the New Flyer's business activities, which had been greatly affected by the war, were close to fully recovering. Outside of the war, the New Flyer continued to earn large amounts of gold coins with its powerful magic machine manufacturing ability. Moreover, through their victory on the battlefield, the New Flyer had seized control of large amounts of precious resources within the Kanla Empire. The value of these resources was difficult to estimate. Therefore, in reality, whether it was the New Flyer or the Kingdom of Ruhr, they had profited greatly from this war. On the 2 empires' side, apart from the 2 empires, only the Mana Magic Kingdom and the Kingdom of Drur, who were unable to reconcile with the New Flyer, were still holding on. Naturally, their momentum was not as great as before. Under such circumstances, Su Yi naturally had the patience and confidence to leave some space for the Kanla Empire. If the Kanla Empire was tactful, then he could save a lot of effort. Chapter 1122. When the Alliance army of the Kingdom of Ruhr and the New Flyer broke through St. Anthonis City, everyone thought that they would continue like how they broke through the Kanla Empire's provinces. They would push all the way to Wimbledon City and then try to take down Wimbledon City as well. Because Wimbledon City was the capital of the Kanla Empire, if Wimbledon City also fell, then the Kamla Empire would naturally suffer a heavy blow. It would even be enough to announce that the Kamla Empire was on the verge of destruction. However, the alliance army of the Kingdom of Ruhr went against everyone's expectations. At this time, they chose to cease their advance and actually began to negotiate with the Kamla Empire. Ever since the two empires and the new flyer became enemies last year, the entire continent had been in turmoil. Now that the new flyer suddenly chose to negotiate with the Kamla Empire, the entire continent unexpectedly welcomed a rare period of peace. The entire continent's attention was focused on this negotiation. No matter what the outcome of the negotiation was, everyone was certain that this outcome would affect the entire continent's situation. If the negotiation was successful, then the Kamla Empire would obviously have to pay a painful price to make the new flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr stop. Just how painful the price that the Kamla Empire would have to pay would determine the attitude and strategy that many countries and factions would use to deal with the Kamla Empire and the new flyer. If the negotiation was unsuccessful and the two sides fought again, then it would depend on whether the alliance army of the Kingdom of Ruhr could really take down Wimbledon City and push the Kamla Empire to the brink of destruction. Even if the alliance army of the Kingdom of Ruhr was invincible in the previous battles and the Kamla Empire was defeated, Wimbledon City was the capital of the Kamla Empire and represented the entire Kamla Empire. The Kamla Empire would definitely do everything they could to protect it. When such an ancient empire was forced into a desperate situation, the power that they could erupt with would definitely be terrifying. No matter how strong the alliance army of the Kingdom of Ruhr was on the battlefield, it wouldn't be that easy to take down Wimbledon City. Therefore, the other countries and factions would have to wait for the final outcome before making a decision. Therefore, the flames of war that had been ignited in other parts of the continent temporarily stopped fighting because of the peace talks between the Kamla Empire and the Kingdom of Ruhr. They were all patiently waiting for the outcome of the negotiation. However, just as everyone expected, the peace talks between the two largest forces on the continent would not come to an end so easily. After the new flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr proposed the ceasefire agreement, the Kamla Empire used the 7 days Sue gave them. On the afternoon of the last day, Descartes Marquis once again brought the Kamla Empire's resolution to St. Anthonus to meet with the representatives of the alliance army of the Kingdom of Ruhr. This time, he didn't even see Su Yi's face. The representatives of the Kingdom of Ruhr and the new flyer firmly rejected the conditions offered by the Kamla Empire. After 5 days of intense negotiations with Descartes Marquis, they finally came up with a new ceasefire agreement for Descartes Marquis to present to the higher-ups of the Kamla Empire. This time, the alliance army of the Kingdom of Ruhr was exceptionally lenient and gave the Kamla Empire half a month to discuss. This way, when the Kamla Empire came up with a new condition for the third negotiation, it would be a month after the alliance army of the Kingdom of Ruhr had captured St. Anthonus. This situation made many people feel that it was a bit strange. Even if the new flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr didn't have full confidence in capturing Wimbledon City, they shouldn't have done nothing for a month after capturing St. Anthonus, right? At the very least, they should have continued to push towards Wimbledon City and put more pressure on the Kamla Empire. This way, it would be easier to force the Kamla Empire to agree to the terms of the ceasefire, right? However, the alliance army of the Kingdom of Ruhr hadn't moved at all. It was as if they were satisfied after capturing St. Anthonus. This was truly puzzling. Some people who were more observant discovered that Su Yi, who had a decisive role in the outcome of the peace talks, hadn't appeared in St. Anthonus at all during this period of time. Then, at this crucial time, where did Su Yi run off to? Hashtag September 11th. A hint of autumn had begun to fall in the northern part of Sines. In the southern part of Sines, the Toria province, which originally belonged to the Kamla Empire, was now known as the Toria Autonomous Region. However, it was still hot and humid. However, because it was close to the sea breeze would blow from time to time. It wasn't too uncomfortable. At this time, one could even set up a deck chair on the beach and set up a parasol to enjoy the sun, the beach, and the sea breeze. It was quite comfortable. Su-E and Steele were doing this at this time. Hey, Su-E, what are you thinking? Steele opened her eyes. She felt that the sunlight coming through the edge of the parasol was a bit dazzling. She turned her body slightly and looked at Su-E, who was lying next to her. She frowned and had a puzzled expression on her face. Why do you want to give the Kamla Empire so much time to rebuild their strength? You're simply playing with fire. Hey, Steele, didn't you say that going to the Demon Cloud continent and lying down for more than 20,000 kilometers was tiring? That's why I took you to the beach to relax and not talk about work. Su-E looked at Steele with some amusement. It's not like you don't know my temper. I can't hold back when I have a problem in my heart. Steele looked at Su-E angrily. Besides, this problem is related to the fate of the new flyer and the entire Kamla Empire, and even the situation of the entire signs. How can you simply call it work? In fact, for me, this is just a part of my job. Su-E stretched his back. He knew that once Steele started the topic, it would not end easily if he was not satisfied. He simply sat up, half lay on the recliner, and adjusted to a comfortable position before he spoke again. Steele, I'm sure that you're not the only one who has this question. A lot of people are wondering why we didn't just attack Wimbledon City with the Kingdom of Ruhr, but chose to negotiate with the Kamla Empire at this time. Of course, this is very strange to begin with. With your previous performance, I don't think Wimbledon City can stop your attack at all. Why didn't you attack Wimbledon City? Steele asked curiously. Then, have you ever thought about what happens after we attack Wimbledon City? Su-E asked with a smile. After we attack? Of course. Steele opened his mouth, but couldn't continue. Su-E smiled. It seems that you already understand. Although I have full confidence that the Chamber of Commerce and the Kingdom of Ruhr can attack Wimbledon City together, attacking Wimbledon City won't bring us any benefits. Instead, it will bring us a heavy burden. Do you understand what I mean? Steele thought for a while and shook his head blankly. I can think of some, but I can't completely understand. Okay, let me explain. On the surface, Wimbledon City is the capital of the Kamla Empire. Attacking it will bring us a very strong symbolic meaning. We can even announce the fall of the powerful Kamla Empire after attacking Wimbledon City, and not many people will object. But in reality, will the Kamla Empire really fall? Of course not. Steele shook his head without hesitation. After all, the Kamla Empire is a huge empire that has existed for nearly 1,000 years. It won't fall so easily. Even if we attack Wimbledon City, the Kamla Empire's internal forces will still exist. Even the Emperor of the Kamla Empire can abandon the city and escape if he sees that the situation is not good. It's almost impossible to destroy all the opposing forces in the Kamla Empire. Yes, that's the key. To completely destroy the Kamla Empire. Even an empire like the Malar Empire can't do it in a short period of time. Our new flyer is only a chamber of commerce, and the Kingdom of Ruhr is only a small country that wasn't very strong before. It's even more impossible for them to do it. And to be honest, completely destroying the Kamla Empire isn't in the interest of our Chamber of Commerce and the Kingdom of Ruhr. Steele, what do you think is the most important interest for me? Steele smiled and reached out her hand to pinch Su-Yi's face. You've always wanted to spread your magic machine industry to the entire signs and make everyone's lives better. How can I not know that? Well, from this perspective, destroying the Kamla Empire isn't a good thing for you. Because even if the Kamla Empire is destroyed, you can't just use the new Flyer Chamber of Commerce to swallow the entire Kamla Empire. Instead, the Kamla Empire will be divided into countless small and large countries, making it even harder for you to expand. Am I right? Su-E laughed and kissed Steele's face. As expected of my most beautiful and wise wife. That's right, that's my concern. Look, the south of the Kamla Empire is already in chaos. Although Duke Windsor, oh no, it should be His Majesty King Windsor, who is our company's former enemy, is willing to cooperate with us. It is harder for me to promote our company's standards compared to when we cooperated with the Kandra Empire. Isn't that so? I wanted to use this chance to promote our new Moon Chamber of Commerce's magic projection device, but the conditions given by each place are different. Negotiating with them is tiring me to death. Steele complained. So my suggestion for you is to not focus on this side for now and pay more attention to the situation on the Demon Cloud continent. He reached out to rub Steele's shoulder, looking like he was helping her relieve her fatigue. Speaking of this, you still haven't told me how your inspection of the Demon Cloud continent went this time. Hearing this question, Steele's eyes lit up. It was very good. Chapter 11:23. So, do you know? When I came to the Flaming Rock Island and saw the dragons standing in front of me, I was very nervous. But after being with them for less than half an hour, I wasn't nervous at all. You can't imagine how much the dragons liked the new illusion films that I brought. Not only the dragons, the local elves and halflings also liked the illusion films very much. Actually, I'm very curious about this. Although Lumi and the elves of the signs also liked watching illusion films, they couldn't compare to the elves and halflings of the Demon Cloud continent. They were obsessed with it. You're talking about the goblins? Of course I've met them, and I've met them quite a few times. But now that the base has been built there, and there are many company guards there, it's very easy to deal with those backward goblins. To be honest, those goblins only have an advantage in numbers. I've seen many of their weapons that were casually made of stone. Not to mention our company's guards. They can't even compare to the local elves and halflings. The humans of the Demon Cloud continent contacted the base through the Black Dragon clan at the end of last year. At the beginning of the year, the base sent a magic airship to pick up a group of local humans to visit the base. So, they should have reported this to you. They are very interested in what happened in our signs, and they like our various magic machines, especially the magic illusion projector that I brought over. I think that when the time is right, it shouldn't be a problem to promote magic machines to them. To be honest, I feel that although the Demon Cloud continent is behind signs by quite a bit, its potential for development is much bigger than signs because the local market is still empty. Seeing Steele talking, he kept smiling. It should be said that other than some details that weren't accurate because of lack of information, Steele's views on the Demon Cloud continent were very accurate. The Demon Cloud continent was indeed much more backward than the signs, but it was precisely because of this that the Demon Cloud continent was like a blank piece of paper. It was easy to plan and develop at will. In theory, it was much easier to develop than the signs. At the very least, in the Demon Cloud continent, the goblins were now in a dominant position. However, the goblins were an extremely backward race that couldn't even build a complete country. Such a race, in addition to occupying the ruling power by virtue of far greater numbers than other races, actually had very weak control over the Demon Cloud continent, allowing other races to take advantage of many loopholes and obtain a certain amount of living space. The reason why New Flyer was able to successfully build a base on the Demon Cloud continent in just a few years and quickly expand, it was because of a loophole. At the very beginning, although the goblins were aware of the sudden emergence of this human base and organized an attack under the powerful firepower of the New Flyer guards, these goblins were easily repelled. Then these goblins attacked many times. After being repelled many times, they didn't attract a large number of goblins to besiege them as New Flyer was worried about. Instead, they withdrew from the area and allowed New Flyer to develop freely. If it were the signs, New Flyer would inevitably attract a full attack from a local human country, and it would be difficult for them to gain a foothold. Therefore, if New Flyer could take advantage of the situation and cooperate with other races on the Demon Cloud continent, then it would be very hopeful to really take root on the Demon Cloud continent, so as to seize the rich resources on the Demon Cloud continent one step ahead. This was something that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would have a hard time obtaining on the Signs continent. Almost all the resources on the Signs have been divided up by the various human countries. If New Flyer wanted to obtain any of them, they would have to pay a high price. In fact, this time, New Flyer and the two empires went to war. In addition to the two empires wanting to seize the leadership of the magic machine industry from New Flyer, there was a more important reason, and that was to compete for resources. If these resources were invested in the Demon Cloud continent, the returns might be countless times more generous. Of course, the premise was that New Flyer could lay an extremely solid foundation on the Demon Cloud continent. Moreover, the Demon Cloud continent had a great disadvantage compared to the signs, and that was the population was much worse. Although the goblins were large in number, because of their low civilization characteristics, it was difficult for New Flyer to develop them as their target customers. This market was equivalent to zero. Apart from the goblins, the number of other intelligent races was too small, so the market on the Demon Cloud continent was much smaller than that of the signs. This was the most difficult thing to develop, and it required a lot of time and energy. Although New Flyer had also found some discoveries in other directions, such as 2 continents and many large islands, the intelligent creatures on these 2 continents and islands were even fewer, so they could not be counted on. Therefore, New Flyer could at most develop the Demon Cloud continent as a resource location, and the main market direction was still on the signs. In the final analysis, the result of this war with the 2 empires would play a decisive role. After Steele talked about various things about her inspection of the Demon Cloud continent, she turned her eyes and brought the topic back to this. Although you asked me to pay more attention to the situation of the Demon Cloud continent, our Chamber of Commerce's production of various magic projection devices, the selection of actors in the illusion films, the layout of the scenes, and even the main audience are all concentrated on the signs, so I can't not pay attention to the situation here. Steele paused, hesitated, and asked, Su-E, how long do you think it will take to determine the result of this war? Su-E shrugged. I don't know, because it depends on what the Kamla Empire chooses. If they choose to fight to the death with us, then I can only tell you that this war will take a long time to completely end. They shouldn't be that stupid because there's no need for that. Besides, the nobles of the Kamla Empire aren't fools. They won't accompany the Kamla Empire to their deaths. Steele curled her lips and said disdainfully. Su-E couldn't help but laugh. This was one of the drawbacks of this world. The human society of the signs was still in a half-slave and half-feudal society. Most of the human countries were made up of large nobles, which was equal to a group of slave masters and large landowners. In a normal situation, the country had a certain amount of control over these large nobles. But in times of danger, these large nobles would choose to protect their own family and their own lives, rather than dying for the country. When the southern provinces declared independence, it was very clear that this was the case. Later on, close to half of the Kamla Empire's provinces declared independence, even splitting into several dozen small countries, because of this reason. If the New Flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr's army really captured Wimbledon City and even destroyed the power of the Kamla royal family, the nobles of the Kamla Empire wouldn't be sad or angry about this, but rather most of the nobles would be happy. But like this, it was very likely that the large Kandra Empire would fall into chaos. This was not what Su-E wanted to see because this was very bad for the development of the magic machine industry. A stable and obedient Kamla Empire was the result he wanted to see the most. But how to make the Kamla Empire stable and obedient was a very difficult matter that required a lot of effort. The reason why Su-E agreed to the peace talks during this time was to give the Kamla Empire's royal family some time, letting them make some attempts. Of course, the Kamla Empire wouldn't be willing to submit to a company like the New Flyer. Before this, they would still use some methods. Su-E wasn't worried about this. After all, the power the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had compared to the Kandra Empire and all the other countries on the continent was much stronger. It was even several times stronger than the power the Mongols had over the other countries on Earth. This was because this was a modern civilization fighting against a backward ancient civilization. It was equivalent to being beaten up in all aspects. With absolute power, no matter what the Kamla Empire did, it would be hard for them to make any waves. 10th month, 2nd day. The 6th peace talks between the Kamla Empire, the Kingdom of Ruhr, and the New Flyer ended, but they still couldn't come to an agreement. 3 days later, 10th month, 5th day, the Lu-Nu Allied army moved out for the first time since they captured St. Anthonis. The army moved northeast and used less than a week to capture 3 cities in the central province of the Kamla Empire. They advanced more than 200 kilometers towards Wimbledon City and were less than 300 kilometers away from Wimbledon City. At this distance, it could be said that they were at the foot of Wimbledon City. 10th month, 16th day, after a few days of rest, the new Allied army once again moved towards Wimbledon City. Around 250 kilometers away from Wimbledon City, they met with an unexpectedly strong obstruction on the terra plains of the central province of the Kamla Empire. Blocking the path of the new Allied army was 200,000 troops from the Kamla Empire. With the 250,000 Marlow Empire soldiers lying in ambush, a total of 450,000 Marlow Empire soldiers surrounded the 60,000 Marlow Empire soldiers on the endless terra plains. Chapter 1124. The Kamla Empire's army headquarters chief, Portugal, slowly put down the telescope in his hand as a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Strange, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce clearly has that many magic airships. They should have noticed that we had an army waiting for them ahead of time. Why did they come in and even let us surround them? One of the generals of the Kamla Empire's army headquarters, General Soros, gave a cold snort. What is strange about this? I think that those fellows must have won many times and thought that we were easy to bully, so they underestimated us. Then again, this was our strategy, so it isn't strange that they fell for it. Of course, there is another explanation. It is that they knew that this was a trap and knew that we had an army here, but they still thought that they could easily defeat us, so they deliberately walked into the encirclement. The other general of the Kamla Empire's army headquarters, General Tranquil, said in a deep voice, "Hey," adding in the reinforcements of the Malur Empire, "we have an army of 450,000. Those fellows from the New Flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr only have an army of 50,000. What makes them think that they can win? Look, they've been completely surrounded by us. I don't believe that they can fly into the sky." General Soros said with a cold snort of disdain. "Hey, they have many magic airships. If they have enough time, they might really be able to fly into the sky." The other general on the side made a small joke, as if to ease the tension between the two generals. However, as soon as this sentence was said, it caused the expressions of everyone present to change, especially General Soros, whose expression was even uglier. Although the general did not mean it, what he said was an ironclad fact. That's right, the New Flyer had a large number of magic airships, and each magic airship could carry several hundred people. If they had enough time, it wasn't impossible for the New Flyer to use these magic airships to carry the troops of the Kingdom of Ruhr and the New Flyer army away. The Kamla Empire's side really didn't have a good way to deal with this. In the previous battles, it was proven that even an archmagus couldn't pose a real threat to the New Flyer's magic airships. There was even the possibility of being heavily injured or even killed by the magic airships. Let's not waste time talking. Marshal Sudirman, who had been observing the Lu-Exian alliance in the distant plains, put down his binoculars and said in a deep voice, "Regardless of whether the enemy did it intentionally or not, this battle is a must for us. No matter what, now that the enemy is in our encirclement, we have a certain advantage." The surrounding generals pondered for a moment and nodded in unison. To them, this was indeed an obvious advantage. No matter how strong the troops of the Kingdom of Ruhr and the New Flyer army were, they had too few people. Now that they were surrounded by the Kamla Empire and the Malur Empire, if they wanted to break through, they had to clash with the elites of both sides. But the two empires could attack from all sides with their advantage. With their absolute advantage in numbers, the other side would definitely struggle to deal with them. If they could make Lu-Exian's army reveal a weakness under the high pressure, once the elites of the two empires charged into Lu-Exian's army and entered the melee stage, Lu-Exian's army would no longer be able to display the powerful attack range and large-scale lethality of the military magic machines, pulling both sides to the same starting line. Furthermore, in terms of close combat, the elites of the two empires could definitely rely on their superior military strength to crush the 50,000-plus soldiers of Lu-Exian. Everyone, I believe that I don't need to say more. You should know how important this battle is to our Kamla Empire. Marshal Sudirman's expression was very serious as he looked at the generals of the Kamla Empire in front of him. If we lose this battle, Our Kamla Empire might not be convinced. So no matter what, I hope that everyone can throw away all distracting thoughts and focus on winning this battle." The generals solemnly complied. The marshal was right. This battle was already a setup that the Kamla Empire had spent a lot of effort to arrange. Now that the Malar Empire's reinforcements had arrived and the Lu-Exian alliance was led to the ideal place to attack, everything seemed to be perfect. If they lost like this, it was enough to prove that the Kamla Empire wouldn't have the ability to resist the Lu-Exian alliance. Not to mention Wimbledon City, not far behind them. Even the entire Kamla Empire could only surrender to the Lu-Exian alliance's iron hooves. No, it should be said that they would surrender to the Lu-Exian alliance's cannon fire. Contact the Malar Empire and tell them that if nothing unexpected happens, attack according to the plan. Marshal Sudirman gave this order to the messenger beside him in a deep voice. Then he took out his binoculars again and focused on the Lu-Exian alliance in the distance. Seeing the fierce-looking magic tanks in the Lu-Exian alliance, Marshal Sudirman deeply knit his brows. Even now, he still couldn't find a way to deal with these magic tanks. Although in the previous battle, it was proven that digging trenches ahead of time could stop these magic tanks from advancing. Their main mission this time was to destroy the Lu-Exian alliance. If these magic tanks weren't used to advance and were used to break through the encirclement, whether it was the Kamla Empire or the Malar Empire's army, they wouldn't have a good way to stop them. The only hope was to use the Magician army or have the Archmagi make a move. But if they wanted to use the Archmagi, New Flyer had a very unique and terrifying method to deal with magicians. Even the Archmagi couldn't escape. Thinking of the Archmagi from the two empires that had fallen in battle, Marshal Sudirman's heart was filled with annoyance. In the past, the two empires had been able to call for wind and rain on this continent. Apart from relying on their own national strength, their greatest trump card was the 9 archmages they each possessed. With them here, the two empires never needed to worry about their territory being attacked by enemies. However, New Flyer had killed more than one archmagus in battle. Not only could the Archmagi not be the protectors of the two empires, they had become weak existences. If they didn't use the Archmagi, it would be hard to deal with the powerful military magic machines of the New Flyer. If they used them, it would be hard to accept the loss of a single Archmagus. Helplessly, although the Kamla Empire's army would still call out Archmagi, whether it was the Kamla Empire's army headquarters or the Archmagi themselves, they weren't willing to charge to the front lines to fight the New Flyer. They were mainly responsible for helping the Kamla Empire's army defend against the enemy's fierce artillery attacks. For example, this time, the strategy that the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire had discussed was to rely on their powerful Archmagi army as protection and help their soldiers charge at the Lu Empire's army. They would try their best to reduce casualties under the enemy's fierce attacks. Moreover, the Kamla Empire had 9 Archmagi at the start of the battle. Now that 2 Archmagi had fallen, Reduca and Ophalion had refused to participate in the battle, and the other 2 Archmagi had announced that they were going into seclusion. The Kamla Empire's army only had 3 Archmagi left to participate in the battle. Therefore, they couldn't rely on the strength of the Archmagi to besiege the city like before. Marshal Sudirman looked back and saw that the Archmagi army had finished setting up the defensive magic formation under the leadership of the 3 Archmagi. He took a light breath and ignored the arguments of the generals around him. He turned his head and looked at the Malar Empire's army on the other side of the encirclement in the distance. The reason why the Malar Empire abandoned the hatred between the two empires and spent a huge amount of manpower and material resources to send over 250,000 soldiers was presumably because they sensed the crisis brought by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce. #### in the Malar Empire's army. The commander of the Malar Empire's army, Marshal Senley, also had a heavy expression on his face. His gaze swept across the group of uncertain subordinates in front of him, and he said in a deep voice, "I know that many of you are still confused about why we came here to support the Kamla Empire. However, I don't need you to understand why we're doing this. Instead, I ask you, as the most elite generals of the Malar Empire, since you are already here, then you must go all out in the battle. You must win. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. The generals of the Malar Empire immediately stopped breathing and roared in unison. Very good. Marshal Senli nodded heavily. He looked at the Liu Xin coalition army in the distance and felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Then he skipped the Liu Xin coalition army and looked at the Mala Empire's army in the distance. He thought that if the upper echelons of the Malar Empire didn't know that this might be the only chance to defeat the new flyer, then the Malar Empire's army would never be able to penetrate deep into the Kamla Empire's central province and even join forces with the Malar Empire's army. Yes, this was very likely the only chance for the two empires to defeat the new flyer and the army they supported. If the alliance of the two empires contributed a total of 450,000 elite soldiers and still couldn't defeat the new flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr, then the two empires would no longer have the capital to continue fighting. Needless to say, the Kamla Empire, if the new flyer gradually shifted their target to the Malar Empire after defeating the Kamla Empire, then the fate of the Malar Empire would be worrying. This battle not only determined the life and death of the Kamla Empire, but also the fate of the Malar Empire. The upper echelons of the Malar Empire unanimously decided to listen to the request of the Kamla Empire and send reinforcements to the Kamla Empire in order to fight for this chance of victory. If they succeeded, then everything would be fine. If they failed, then everything would be over. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that this battle was the final battle for the two empires. Chapter 1125. The commander of the Kingdom of Ruhr's northern expedition, Count Dalsey, turned to look at the tightly packed troops of the Kamla Empire and Malar Empire in the distance, as a trace of nervousness and uneasiness appeared in his heart. He didn't agree with the plan that the new Flyers chairman Su he had personally proposed because there was no need at all. With the powerful battle strength the Kingdom of Ruhr's army had shown before, they could fight steadily and slowly move forward step by step. As long as there wasn't any accident, the Kamla Empire wouldn't be able to stop them no matter what. But now that they had followed Su Yi's plan, they had fallen into the encirclement of the two empires and had nowhere to hide. Even if Count Dalsey was confident in his side's battle strength, now that they were surrounded by an army that was several times their own, he couldn't help being nervous. Captain Hart, is the Magic Airship Brigade prepared? Count Dalsey couldn't help asking Captain Hart beside him. The Magic Airship Brigade could be considered the true trump card of the Kingdom of Ruhr's army. With them here, the Kingdom of Ruhr's army could suppress the other side's magician army, so the two empires could only rely on conventional forces to fight. In terms of conventional forces, the Kingdom of Ruhr's army that was equipped with large amounts of military magic machines and magic tanks had an absolute advantage in terms of battle strength. Even if there was a large difference in numbers, Count Dalsey was still confident. It's already prepared. Captain Hart's reply made Count Dalsey feel assured, but the next words made his heart jump again. But in this battle, we don't need to rely on the Magic Airship Brigade. Why? Count Dalsey anxiously asked. Because the two empires are here. Captain Hart pointed at the Kamla Empire army in front of them and the Malar Empire army behind them. The two empires clearly know how important this battle is to them, so I'm certain that they have sent all the magicians they can. I don't know about the others, but there should be at least 7 or 8 Archmagi. With the current strength of the Magic Airship Brigade, they can barely deal with these Archmagi and can't give us much support. Is that so? Count Dalsey was relieved to hear that answer. It's fine as long as we can suppress the enemy's magisters. The rest of the magicians shouldn't be a threat to us. Captain Hart, how should we coordinate after the battle begins? In the Kingdom of Ruhr's army, there were close to 50,000 soldiers left. The new flyer only had around 9,000 guards other than the magic airships. However, in the battle, the new flyer guards had always been in the lead. The 50,000 troops of the Kingdom of Ruhr were only there to support the new flyer guards. It's nothing special. Just do as usual. Captain Hart shook his head, seemingly unconcerned about it. As usual. Count Delcy looked at the dense army of the two empires that he couldn't see the end of, thinking that it would be good if it was that easy. This battle was without a doubt a crucial battle for the elites of the two empires. The surrounding armies of the two empires were much stronger than the Kandra Empire's army they had met before, so if they weren't careful, they might suffer a setback at this moment. But Count Delcy took out his binoculars to carefully look over the armies of the two empires before calming down. Based on what he could see, although the armies of the two empires were very large, most of them were traditional soldiers with swords and war horses. Although he could see some military magic machines like the magic cannons, there were very few of them, and they couldn't become the mainstream of the armies of the two empires. Moreover, in the previous battles, the Kingdom of Ruhr's army had already experienced the might of the Kanla Empire's magic cannons that were developed by the Kanla Empire. It really wasn't worth mentioning. In the previous battles, the Kanla Empire had developed a terrifying number of magic cannons, taking out over 100 or even several hundred of them. But these magic cannons not only couldn't compare to the new flyer magic cannons in terms of might, they were also far from being as stable as heaven and earth. The Kanla Empire's army could release powerful firepower in their initial attacks, going back and forth with the Kingdom of Ruhr's army. But not long after, their firepower would plummet. According to the confessions of the Kanla Empire's soldiers after the battle, the Kanla Empire's magic cannons couldn't fire many magic shells before having various quality problems. Some of them broke, some of them couldn't fire magic shells, and some of them even had their barrels melted. Even if there were some that could last a bit longer, they would often overheat after firing a few magic shells, causing the firing frequency to greatly decrease. Compared to the Shinfei brand magic cannons that could fire 10 magic shells per minute, as well as not being affected in terms of stability and accuracy, the Kanla Empire's magic cannons not only couldn't be a powerful help on the battlefield, they could even become a burden because of their own malfunctions. So putting aside the military magic machines that the two empires bought from New Flyer, the army of the two empires in front of the Kingdom of Ruhr's army was just a traditional army on the signs. Thinking of this, Count Dalsey's confidence quickly recovered. It was like Chairman Su said, in front of the Kingdom of Ruhr's army that was fully equipped with military magic machines, the traditional army was just like a defenseless child. They didn't need to care about them at all. Captain Hart, we can actually send out a small squad of magic tanks to attack and disrupt the other side's formation, creating a foundation for us to break out of the encirclement. Count Dalsey suggested to Captain Hart. That's a good suggestion. Captain Hart nodded. When he was about to discuss this with Count Dalsey, he suddenly heard the rumbling sounds of horse hooves coming from all directions. Looking up in surprise, he found that there was thick smoke coming from all directions. The two empires' army had suddenly launched an attack. When these heavy cavalry soldiers charge, their momentum is indeed terrifying. But as for the actual effect, Captain Hart laughed. He took out the magic communicator from his chest and gave an order in a loud voice. Brothers, prepare to fight. The sound of horse hooves was the strongest and the fastest to approach the Kingdom of Ruhr's army, came from the northwest. Baron Ramos, who was in charge of leading the Kanla Empire's 1st Cavalry Regiment, which was also the most elite heavy cavalry regiment in the Kanla Empire, narrowed his eyes. He stared at the Kingdom of Ruhr's army through the slit of his helmet, and his eyes were filled with deep hatred. 2 months ago, his little brother had unfortunately been killed in a battle with the Kingdom of Ruhr's army. Since that day, he had treated these fellows who dared to invade the great Kanla Empire as his greatest enemy. But before this, the Kanla Empire had fought with the Kingdom of Ruhr's army several times and suffered heavy losses each time, so Baron Ramos had no way to vent the anger in his heart. But today, there was finally a chance for the two empires to work together and surround the Kingdom of Ruhr's army. Baron Ramos' fighting spirit was incomparably high. He must kill every single one of these damned invaders without leaving a single one alive. Only like this could he let his little brother who had returned to the embrace of the gods rest in peace. Brothers, kill! Although they were still 3 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Ruhr's army, Baron Ramos already couldn't hold back the flames of rage in his heart as he roared out, "Kill!" The 1st Cavalry Regiment's 5,000 elite heavy cavalry behind him also gave an angry roar. Their shouts shook the sky and spread across the battlefield. "Kill!" This was the heavy cavalry charging at the Kingdom of Ruhr's army from all directions, responding to the 1st Cavalry Regiment's shouts as they gave a shocking roar at the same time. Adding in the sound of horse hooves that came from all around, their momentum was very shocking. Facing the charge of the most elite heavy cavalry of 2 empires, if it was any other country's army on the Signs continent, they would have panicked. However, this scene that would have shocked most people to the point that they couldn't even speak fell into Captain Hart's eyes. His brows jumped a bit before he gave the order in a cold voice. "Magic Cannon Brigade, let's give these fellows who don't know life and death a bit of a lesson." As soon as his voice fell, countless beautiful flames sprayed out in all directions from the Kingdom of Ruhr's army like a fountain. Baron Ramos, who was charging, saw the incomparably beautiful flames in the distance, but the terrifying might of the flames had already arrived in front of him. He took a deep breath and gave a loud roar. "For the glory of the Empire! For the glory of the Empire!" The 5,000 elite heavy cavalries of the 1st Cavalry Regiment behind him also shouted in unison. The war horses wearing heavy armor charged forward, and each stomp on the firm ground of the Terra Plains was like the sound of a war drum. 5,000 war horses stomped together, and it was like 5,000 war drums being beaten at the same time. In an instant, the sounds of killing filled the sky. However, right at this moment, countless streaks of fiery light descended from above, separately smashing into the charging heavy cavalry formation. Hong, 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 hong. A series of deafening explosions rang out. The slightly yellowed turf of the Terra Plain, due to the autumn season, and the soil under the roots were flying in the air along with the explosions. Countless elite knights and their war horses were flying in the air along with the soil and grass. The high-spirited battle cry that had just sounded came to an abrupt end. The 1st Cavalry Regiment that had maintained a perfect charging formation was instantly thrown into chaos. Chapter 11:26. Even if they had already expected this result, seeing the heavy cavalry fall into chaos after being hit by the magic cannons of the Lu Exine army, the generals of the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire still had ugly expressions. These heavy cavalry that were even riding horses were the strongest military force in the entire Signs that only the 2 empires had the strength to form an army. In the past wars, as long as they sent out these heavy cavalry on these endless plains, there wasn't a single enemy that could stop them. There wasn't even a single enemy that could slow down their charge. They would just be crushed by their wild charge. But now, with a single magic shell that fell down, there would be a large gap in the heavy cavalry formation. With just a single attack, the dense and orderly heavy cavalry formation had fallen into chaos. The heavily armored cavalrymen, horses, and their heavy armor totaled more than 2 tons. In the past, they could face the endless crossbow bolts and spears of the enemy and press forward. But in the face of the incomparably powerful explosive power of the magic cannonballs, they could no longer press forward. As the magic shells exploded one by one, countless heavy cavalry soldiers were blown into the air like scarecrows, as if their terrifying weight of over 2 tons didn't exist at all. There were even many heavy cavalry soldiers who had been blown into pieces when they were sent flying, having already lost their breath. When they were 3 kilometers away from the Lu Exine army, when they were 2 kilometers away from the Lu Exine army with great difficulty, of the 20,000 heavy cavalry soldiers from the 2 empires that were charging in all directions, there were less than 30% of them left. Scattered across the vast plains of Terra, they looked even more sparse. Seeing this scene, Marshal Sudiman gave a long sigh. It seems like it's time for us, traditional soldiers, to withdraw from the battlefield. The surrounding generals of the Kamla Empire all had dim expressions. Even if it was clear from the countless battles that the military magic machines invented by the new flyer had completely changed the way wars were fought on the continent, it was very hard for these old generals that had been on the battlefield for many years to change their fixed ideas. It was very hard for them to accept the military magic machines dominating the battlefield, so they always had a bit of resistance towards the military magic machines. However, the countless battles they had experienced had continuously struck a blow to their inner perseverance. Today, in this battle on the plains, under the circumstances where the heavy armored cavalry was supposed to be the easiest to display their prowess in actual combat, they could only achieve such a miserable result. This caused the last trace of perseverance in their hearts to crumble. "Sir Marshal, let the two new armies come out. As for us old fellows, we'll work hard to cooperate with them." Chief of Staff Portugal put down the binoculars in the distance and had a serious look on his face. "This is our last chance. I think we don't need to have any scruples. It should be like this." Marshal Sudiman with a slight nod and gave the order. "Send a signal to the Malar Empire. Tell them our thoughts." Seeing the messenger leave in a hurry, a general worriedly said, "Sir Marshal, if we show our trump cards so early, what if the Malar Empire is still holding back?" "Don't worry about that." Marshal Sudiman waved his hand. "This is the final battle of our Kamla Empire. We have no other choice. If the Malar Empire is smart enough, they will know what to do. I don't think we need to worry about this. Since the Malar Empire is willing to send reinforcements, it means that they're very clear about the current situation, so I think they won't hold back." Portugal's words were unanimously approved by the group of generals. So the order was quickly passed down, and the army of the Kamla Empire moved closer to the encirclement of the New Coalition army. "Count Dulcie, since your kingdom of Ruhr formed an alliance with us, you have always been taking the initiative to attack. This is the first time you are defending, right?" Captain Hart in the New Coalition army suddenly spoke. Count Dulcie froze for a moment, his eyes turned, and quickly went through the battles of the past few months in his mind. He was surprised to find that Captain Hart was actually right. Since the alliance formed to invade the Kamla Empire, the New Coalition army had always been on the offensive and won every battle. Facing the New Coalition army's offensive, the Kamla Empire could not even put up a decent resistance, so it was naturally impossible to force the New Coalition army into a defensive situation. After fighting for a few months, this was the first time the New Coalition army defended against the Kamla Empire's attack. Thinking about this, Count Dulcie's expression became a bit strange. He did not think about it before, but now that he thought about it, he felt that it was a bit too inconceivable. Their enemy was the Kamla Empire, one of the two most powerful empires on the continent, and they were only a small kingdom of Ruhr with a chamber of commerce. Yet they were able to force the Kamla Empire into such a state. It was truly inconceivable. But thinking about it again, the facts were right before his eyes, and he had to believe it. But what was the meaning of Captain Hart's words? Seeing the doubt in Count Dulcie's eyes, Captain Hart laughed and patted Count Dulcie's shoulder. "You probably don't know, our Chamber of Commerce's military magic machines are indeed powerful when used for offense, but they're even more powerful when used for defense." Count Dulcie forced out a smile. Although he believed that the military magic machines were stronger when used for defense, there were over 450,000 enemies, and they were the elite army of two empires. How could it be that easy to defend against the enemy's attack? Captain Hart ignored the strange look in Count Dulcie's eyes. He grabbed the magic communicator and roared, "Magic cannon team, pay attention, fire at full power for me. If any enemy cavalry can come within a kilometer of us, I will write a report and deduct a month's worth of wages and bonuses from each of you." Count Dulcie's lips twitched. God above, on the battlefield, he had seen a lot of people use disobeying military orders to urge their soldiers to fight bravely. However, he had never seen someone like Captain Hart who used salary and bonuses as a threat. But thinking about how the lowest wage of a new flyer guards was 20 gold coins a month, and adding in their bonuses, it was over 30 gold coins a month, Count Dulcie felt that this threat was very terrifying. If it was the soldiers of the kingdom of Ruhr, if you were willing to give them 30 gold coins, most of them wouldn't hesitate to give up their lives. After all, although the lives of the kingdom of Ruhr citizens had greatly improved, 30 gold coins was still very important to many families. It was enough to buy a life. Perhaps they really were affected by Captain Hart's threat, but the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's magic cannons of the Loot Exine Army's Frestack Chamber Commerce Guards were filled with countless flames, like there were countless fireworks exploding. Countless magic cannonballs fell down in all directions like a storm, instantly covering the Sarah plains around the kingdom of Ruhr's army in flames and explosions. The first batch of heavy cavalry that the two empires had sent out to launch the assault was reduced to less than 30% in the first wave of counterattack by the Loot Exine Alliance. After this earth-shattering bombardment, they were completely annihilated. Behind the heavy cavalry, the two empires had sent out large amounts of light cavalry. They were planning on finding a gap to charge into the kingdom of Ruhr's army, while the heavy cavalry attracted the firepower of the kingdom of Ruhr's army. However, under the dense cannon fire of the kingdom of Ruhr's army, they didn't have a chance to find a gap at all. At first, they could rely on the high mobility of the light cavalry to dodge the cannon fire, so their casualty rate was much lower than the heavy cavalry. But now that the kingdom of Ruhr's army was wildly releasing this kind of terrifying cannon fire, it completely surrounded the kingdom of Ruhr's army, and they couldn't dodge at all. Hong, 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 hong. The continuous explosions rang out across the Sarah plains. As far as one could see, there were flames everywhere, and people were thrown off their horses. In less than 2 minutes, more than half of the 40,000 light cavalry had been killed or injured. Not a single legion could maintain a complete formation. In the Kamla Empire's army, several generals looked at the miserable situation on the battlefield with pale faces and couldn't say anything for a long time. They had expected that the battle would be very fierce, but they had never expected that it would be so fierce. Up until now, this battle had only started for less than 20 minutes. The two empires' heavy cavalry, which was originally known as the strongest force, had been completely annihilated. The light cavalry, which they had high hopes for and had the highest mobility, had also been killed or injured in an instant. They had almost lost their ability to fight. In contrast, the kingdom of Ruhr's army didn't suffer any losses at all, so much so that the heavy cavalry and light cavalry couldn't even charge into the kingdom of Ruhr's army. Marshal, why don't we have the light cavalry withdraw? A general couldn't help but suggest in a low voice. No, pass down the order. Have them continue to charge forward. Whoever dares to escape will be beheaded on the spot. Marshal Sudirman's face was gloomy, and there was no hesitation in his voice. Remember, if you want to win this battle, you have to be ruthless enough. The sacrifice of these knights wasn't in vain because they have already consumed a large amount of the enemy's ammunition for us. The generals looked at each other with gloomy expressions. They had always been proud of the heavy cavalry and light cavalry, which were known as the strongest fighting force, but their role was only to consume the enemy's ammunition. Chapter 11:27. No matter how sad and pained the generals of the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire were, they had to admit a fact. That was in front of the powerful military magic machines of the New Flyer. The most powerful and precious heavy cavalry in their hearts could only be considered high-level cannon fodder when faced with the cannon fire of the Loon New Flyer army. Right, the term cannon fodder came from the Loon New Flyer army. It was said that it was a new term that appeared with the appearance of the magic cannons, which meant that they could only turn to dust under the attacks of the magic cannons. Of course, it was just like Marshal Sudirman said. Although these knights were sent as cannon fodder, it wasn't meaningless. Although it seemed like the Lu Exine coalition army could easily wipe out these heavy cavalry and light cavalry, but in reality, the Lu Exine coalition army had already consumed a large amount of ammunition. For the Lu New Flyer army, they could easily crush the Kamla Empire on the battlefield, but this was based on the fact that they had enough supplies. Any type of military magic machine required ammunition in order to unleash its power. Without ammunition, it would be nothing more than a pile of empty, useless steel shells. In this regard, the Lu Flyer Army was no different from a traditional army. Because the military magic machines relied on ammunition, the Lu Flyer Army had a higher requirement for supplies. This was the experience the Kanla Empire had gained from fighting the Lu Flyer Army. Although the experience was painful, it was definitely effective. The Kanla Empire and the Malar Empire worked together to set up this encirclement in order to force the Lu Flyer Army to use up their ammunition and find a chance to win. Even if they had to pay a terrifying price, at this moment, they had no other choice. Although the cavalry had fallen, the armies of the two empires didn't show any signs of stopping. The elite soldiers continued to charge at the surrounded Lu Flyer Army. On the other hand, the flames of the magic cannonballs kept coming out of the Lu Flyer Army, creating a series of loud sounds on the Sela Plains. Because they had fought the Lu Flyer Army many times, the Kanla Empire had gradually found a way to deal with the Lu Flyer Army's artillery fire. They didn't use a dense formation like they did in traditional wars, relying on numbers to defeat the enemy. Rather, they spread out and ensured that each magic cannonball would cause as few casualties as possible, although this would inevitably decrease their overall battle strength. What the two empires needed to do now was to consume as much of the Lu Flyer Army's ammunition as possible. They could even charge in and disrupt their formation. Once the two sides were entangled, the Lu Flyer Army's advantage wouldn't be worth mentioning in front of the two empires' army. Count Dalsey's expression changed slightly when he saw what was happening in the battlefield in the Lu Xian Coalition Army. Captain Hart, if this continues, I'm afraid that our mana cannons won't be able to last much longer. Captain Hart gave a slight nod. That's right. With this consumption speed, at most half an hour of the Lu Flyer Army's firepower. Can't even hold on for half an hour? Count Darcy was shocked. Dalsey was shocked then. Should we carry out the next step of the plan ahead of time? Captain Hart raised his hand to look at the timer on his wrist and shook his head. There's still 10 minutes before the agreed time. We can't rush now. Count Dalsey, have your magic war chariot group attack with our magic tanks, delaying the enemy's attack for a bit longer. All right. Count Dalsey agreed before turning to give the order. 2 minutes later, the Kingdom of Roar's magic war chariot group, that was made of 500 custom-made magic war chariots, and a new flyer magic tank group that was made of 200 magic tanks, charged out of the Lu Flyer Army. They were like a tide as they charged at the Malar Empire Army to the southwest. The reason why they didn't choose the Kanla Empire Army to the northeast was because they were worried that the other side would dig a trap ahead of time, which would hinder the advance of the magic war chariots and magic tanks. When the magic war chariots and magic tanks charged out, the Lu Flyer Army's magic cannons also changed. They focused their firepower on the Kanla Empire soldiers charging from the north and didn't attack the Malar Empire Army. Seeing the Lu Flyer Army's magic war chariots and magic tanks that were like several hundred tigers, the generals of the two empires were all shocked. Since the start of the battle, the Lu Flyer Army had been relying on the magic cannons to defend their position, not letting the enemy advance an inch. This was the Lu Flyer Army's first counterattack. Although it was fierce, it reflected a fact. The Lu Flyer Army didn't have much confidence in their ammunition, so they could only take the initiative to reduce their consumption. The Malar Empire's side quickly reacted. The Malar Empire's commander, Marshal Sun Li, waved his hand, and 2 groups of 10,000 light cavalry that had already been prepared split into 2 groups, charging into the battlefield from the sides like 2 sharp blades. Their mission wasn't to fight the magic war chariots and magic tanks, but rather to use their high mobility to harass them. At the same time, they would threaten the Lu Flyer Army, making sure that the other side's magic war chariots and magic tanks wouldn't dare attack the Malar Empire's side. At the same time, the Malar Empire's magic cannons that hadn't been used before finally let out their own roar. Hong, 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 hong. There were 500 self-developed magic cannons and 100 magic cannons bought from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce attacking at the same time, creating countless beautiful flames on the battlefield. It had to be said, the Malar Empire's control of the magic cannons was far from perfect. This was reflected in the fact that the magic cannons they fired had a terrible hit rate. They were clearly attacking the magic war chariots and magic tanks, but only a small part of them landed in the middle of the magic war chariots and magic tanks formation. Most of them didn't even know where they landed. As for hitting accurately, that could only depend on luck. So although the sound of these magic cannons firing together was very shocking, it actually caused very little damage. Whether it was the Kingdom of Ruhr's magic war chariots or the New Flyers' magic tanks, with their thick skins, they didn't care about the large impact of the magic cannons at all. There were even some magic war chariots and magic tanks that were unlucky and were hit by the magic cannons, but they weren't damaged at all under the protection of their magic shields. But the Malar Empire's magic cannons, firing this time, didn't have any hope of destroying the other side's magic war chariots and magic tanks. This had already been proven in the countless battles between the two empires and the New Flyer. These terrifying monsters were simply invincible on the battlefield. So their real goal wasn't the magic war chariots and magic tanks, but rather the ground beneath them. Under the dense bombardment of the magic cannons, there were large holes that appeared on the flat Sarah plains. This greatly hindered the magic war chariots and magic tanks from moving forward. There were even some magic war chariots and magic tanks that charged into the holes and couldn't move at all. At this time, the Malar Empire's light cavalry and heavy infantry displayed their advantage in agility. They charged through the Sarah plains that had changed beyond recognition, closing the distance between them and the Ruhr Alliance's army in the blink of an eye. Because there were large amounts of magic war chariots and magic tanks between them, the Ruhr Alliance's army naturally couldn't use the magic cannons to avoid accidental casualties. At first glance, the Ruhr Alliance's army had no way of stopping the Malar Empire's advance. Humph, do you really think that we only have the magic cannons left? Captain Hart in the Ruhr Alliance's army saw this and gave a cold laugh. He picked up the magic communicator and gave an order. After a while, the 200 magic tanks of the New Flyer Magic Tank Brigade that couldn't move quickly because of the terrain began to move. They quickly spread across the battlefield, almost forming a line. It was like a wall that blocked the charge of the Malar Empire's light cavalry. The commander of the Malar Empire's light cavalry saw this and didn't hesitate to give the order to charge again. These 200 magic tanks seemed like they had completely blocked the path in front, but there was a large gap between each magic tank, and it was enough for them to easily pass through. As for how to deal with these magic tanks, that was the task of the heavy infantry behind. However, when they charged, the cannons in front of the 200 magic tanks roared out at the same time. Although compared to the normal magic cannons, the magic cannons on the magic tanks were much smaller, whether it was the caliber or the power of the cannons, because they were closer, and adding in the fact that they were firing normally, they caused more damage than the magic cannons. In just a single round of firing, the 10,000 elite light cavalry that had just been sent out were thrown off their horses. Close to half of the knights couldn't stand up again. The Malar Empire's light cavalry knew that they couldn't retreat at this time, so they charged forward with gritted teeth. However, under the merciless second round of firing from the magic tanks, over a third of the knights were instantly vaporized. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 1,000 knights left on the battlefield from the 10,000 light cavalry. At this time, the covers of the 500 magic tanks of the Kingdom of Ruhr opened, and 2 fully armed Kingdom of Ruhr soldiers came out of each magic tank, firing at the remaining Malar Empire light cavalry not far away. At this point, the 30,000 light cavalry that the Malar Empire had sent as reinforcements had been completely wiped out. Chapter 1128. It wasn't just the respected archmagi who were confused. If it was said that the armies of the two empires had put an endless effort, not even hesitating to use their precious heavy cavalry as cannon fodder, their goal was to exhaust the ammunition of the Lu Exine army and find a chance to win. But once the over 100 magic airships appeared, it completely crushed the flames of hope in the hearts of the people of the two empires. It was very clear that in the armies of the two empires, Even the strongest archmagi couldn't deal any damage to the magic airships. They couldn't even deal any damage to the Lu Xian army on the ground. But with a casual counterattack, they could easily break through the defenses of the two empires, making all the efforts of the magicians in vain. The battle strength of both sides wasn't on the same level. It wasn't on the same level at all. After recognizing this fact, the armies of the two empires instantly lost the courage to keep fighting. When the New Flyers' magic airships stopped attacking, the armies of the two empires could only stand there in a daze. They didn't have a way to fight back. They didn't have the courage to fight back. They didn't even have the thought of running away. This was because they knew that if the New Flyers' magic airships wanted to kill them with their speed on the ground, they wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. Count Darcy couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw the battlefield that was filled with deafening battle cries a moment ago suddenly fall into an incomparably strange silence. It would have been good if the magic airships had appeared earlier. We wouldn't have needed to fight for half a day here. Captain Hart looked at him and said in a muffled voice, "The magic airships came from several hundred kilometers away. How could they appear that quickly? Then again, this was Sir Chairman's plan. You were just listening on the side." I'm just curious. Since your company's magic airships are already this strong, why did Chairman Su have us fight for half a day here? In my opinion, this is a complete waste of time. He should have just used the magic airships to bombard them. How much money do you think it costs to send out the magic airship fleet? Captain Hart glared at him. What's more, Sir President's goal is to completely crush the two empires' will to resist, so that they won't dare to dream of defeating us. If we don't teach them a lesson on the battlefield, the two empires won't be convinced. Is that so? Count Dulcie stroked his chin in confusion. I still don't understand why Chairman Su has to do this. With your New Flyers' current strength and the Kingdom of Roar's cooperation, even if you can't completely occupy the Canla Empire, it shouldn't be difficult to directly cripple the Canla Empire. Why go through so much trouble? We don't need to understand. Sir President naturally has his reasons for doing this, Captain Hart said coldly. Count Dalsey shook his head. He thought that Su Yi's prestige in the hearts of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's subordinates was very high, even reaching the point where they wouldn't question him. But with the abilities that Su Yi had displayed over the years, he was indeed worthy of this prestige. The 4 archmagi and 16 great magicians in the sky didn't give up, desperately trying to attack the magic airships with magic. When the 4 archmagi saw that normal magic didn't work, they directly flew near the magic airships and released their magic domains, trying to envelop the magic airships and find a chance to destroy the magic airships. This was without a doubt a very risky move, because whether it was the previous reports or the battle just now, it was clear that these magic airships had magic that was beyond their understanding. If they were further away, there would be enough space to dodge. Now that they were this close, there was very little space for them to dodge, and it was very easy for them to be in danger. However, what made them despair was that not only did the great magicians throw out normal spells, even the powerful forbidden spells that they carefully prepared disappeared without a trace after the blue light from the magic airships, not having any use at all. Even when their magic domains came in contact with the blue light, they returned to the sea and couldn't be affected at all. Under the blue light, any magic was like snow under the sun that couldn't be stopped. When the 4 archmagi didn't give up and wanted to use their magic domains to attack the magic airships, there was a gentle voice that suddenly came from the sky. Not only did it clearly reach the ears of the 4 archmagi, it also reached the ears of the 16 great magicians. It even rang through the entire battlefield, reaching the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Let's end this battle here. With this calm voice, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, appearing in front of the 4 archmagi and 16 great magicians. Su Yi, New Flyers Chairman, Su Yi. As long as it was someone with enough vision, they would be able to recognize him with a single glance. The hearts of the 4 archmagi in the air tightened as 4 magic domains of different attributes enveloped Su Yi, who had suddenly appeared. With 4 archmagi working together, Even if Su-yi was an archmagus, he definitely wouldn't be able to easily deal with them. This fellow actually dared to appear in front of them like this. It was time for him to die. As long as they killed him, the new flyer guard below would fall into chaos, and they would definitely win this battle. The moment they saw Su-yi appear, these thoughts instantly appeared in the minds of the 4 archmagi. They didn't have time to think at all as they used all their strength to attack Su-yi. As for the 16 great magicians behind them, they didn't hesitate at all as they released their strongest attacks with the 4 archmagi. In the face of such a terrifying attack, not to mention that Su-yi had just advanced a few years ago, even if he was an archmagus who had been famous for a long time, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Su-yi didn't have the slightest bit of fear on his face. Instead, he revealed a relaxed smile. He didn't seem to have made any movements, but a faint blue light had already blocked in front of him. Seeing this familiar faint blue light, the 4 archmagi and 16 great magicians all sighed inwardly. Indeed, regardless of whether it was the magic domain or the various powerful spells, they all disappeared without a trace when they came into contact with this faint blue light. Su-yi looked at the gloomy faces of the 4 archmagi and smiled. "Everyone, let's not waste any more time, shall we? In front of this high-frequency magic particle stabilizing device, your relatively low-end spells that use low-frequency magic elemental vibrations won't have any effect." The 4 archmagi and 16 great magicians looked at each other. They could see that their spells were no longer of any use. But what did Su-yi mean by this? What did he mean by high-frequency magic particle stabilizing device? What did he mean by low-frequency magic elemental vibrations? This fellow, was he speaking the common language of the signs? Seeing the doubt on their faces, Su-yi revealed a smile. He looked down and gave a sigh. If it was possible, I originally wanted to resolve this peacefully. But now that it has become like this, Su-yi's figure suddenly flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the Kamla Empire's army. Seeing Su-yi suddenly appear, the Kamla Empire's soldiers were all shocked, and the soldiers in the front row couldn't help but shoot the arrows in their hands. Of course, this didn't pose any threat to Su-yi. He swept his gaze across the densely packed Kamla Empire's army, which still had over 100,000 soldiers left, and raised his voice. "Esteemed archmagi of the Kamla Empire, please come out. I have something to discuss with you." The only Kamla Empire archmagus still in the army looked at Su-yi in confusion, and then looked at Marshal Sudirman. Marshal Sudirman looked at Su-yi with a complicated expression, and really wanted to order everyone to attack together and kill Su-yi with all their might. However, he knew very well that his order wouldn't have any effect. He had seen the movements of the 4 archmagi and 16 great magicians in the air just now, and knew that no magician could do anything to Su-yi now. As for the soldiers under his command, it was even more impossible for them to pose any threat to a magus of the magus level. Therefore, even though Su-yi stood in front of the army so casually, there was nothing he could do. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded at the archmagus. "It's good to talk to him. Let's hear what he has to say." The archmagus lowered his head and thought for a moment, then nodded and flew out. Seeing the archmagus fly out, a wave of exhaustion suddenly surged in Marshal Sudirman's heart, and he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He didn't know what Su-yi wanted to say to the archmagi, but he had a very clear premonition. After today, the entire signs would probably be different. After Su-yi invited the only archmagus left in the army from the Kamla Empire, he once again came to the front of the Malar Empire's army, and also invited the other 2 archmagi left in the army from the Malar Empire. A moment later, the 7 archmagi from the 2 empires were gathered together by Su-yi. It had to be said that this small place had gathered a total of 8 archmagi, including Su-yi. This was almost a third of all the archmagi in the entire signs. If one said that this place represented the highest level of magic in the entire signs, no one would have any objections. However, when Su-yi gathered the other 7 archmagi, He opened his mouth and said this. "Gentlemen, do you know what magic is?" Chapter 1129. Marshal Senri didn't even have time to feel sad because after easily eliminating the 10,000 light cavalry without paying any price, the New Flyers' Magic Tank Regiment had already gathered again. They worked with the Kingdom of Ruhr's Magic War Chariot Regiment to advance towards the Malar Empire's side. After taking a deep breath, Marshal Senri turned to look at the four magicians wearing the robes of Archmagi beside him and said in an incomparably serious voice, "For masters, it's up to you and the other honorable magicians now." The four Malar Empire Archmagi looked at each other and saw a trace of bitterness in each other's eyes. In the past signs, no matter what battle it was, as long as a single Archmagus appeared, it was enough to decide the outcome of the battle. But now, they had four Archmagi attacking at the same time, and they had the Malar Empire's most elite magician army, but they still didn't have any confidence in winning this battle. Even now, they still didn't understand how the Frestac Chamber of Commerce had defeated and even killed the other Archmagi. Although the other three Archmagi who had been seriously injured in the battle with the New Flyer had provided the details of the battle, the three of them didn't understand the reason at all, so naturally they couldn't provide any help. So for these four Archmagi, the battle with New Flyer was filled with unknown dangers. However, they still came here. Not to mention the Malar Empire, just for the exploration of magic, they had no choice but to come. Prepare to attack. The four Archmagi nodded at the same time. The magic in their bodies wildly surged, and various wild phenomena appeared in the sky above them. It was a forbidden spell as soon as they attacked. The other magicians weren't idle at this time. They released their magic and did their best to create magic shields, covering all the Malar Empire soldiers around them. If they wanted to resist the powerful magic cannons, it was impossible to rely on the bodies of these soldiers. Adding in the magic shields, it was barely enough. But the New Flyers' army didn't have enough magic cannons, so with their magic shields and the armor of these elite soldiers, it shouldn't be a problem for them to defend against the normal magic repeating crossbows. But when they were prepared, there was a dark cloud that suddenly appeared in the sky to the west. Marshal Senri looked up, and his face sunk. The New Flyers' magic airship fleet that hadn't appeared had finally appeared. Moreover, when they appeared, it wasn't the 30 to 50 that the two empires expected. Rather, it was a dark cloud, and there were over 100 of them. Seeing the magic airship fleet, Marshal Senri's heart hesitation. To deal with these magic airships in the sky, the normal soldiers had no way of dealing with them. They could only rely on the magicians who could fly. The two Archmagi from the Malar Empire that had died in battle were killed by the magic airships. Since these magic airships could even kill Archmagi, it wasn't a problem for normal magicians. But if they didn't care about the magic airships, they could use their advantage in the air to attack. Like this, not to mention winning this battle, they might not even be able to defend their formation. "Lord Marshal, you should let us go." An Archmagus looked at the magic airships in the sky in the distance and said this to Marshal Sun Li. "We've been preparing for a long time. We can give it a try." Marshal Sun Li hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Be careful." That Archmage nodded and flew out with another Archmage and 7 Grand Mages. When they flew into the air, there were several figures that flew out of the Kandra Empire's formation. When they saw the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's magic airship fleet, the Kandra Empire's side also did the same thing. The 4 Archmagi and 16 Grand Mages from both sides had already communicated with each other, so they didn't waste any words and quickly gathered together. These magic airships have the ability to set up an anti-magic domain, but this anti-magic domain has a limited range. Moreover, it has a very clear movement when it's released, which is releasing small glowing parts that are very easy to distinguish. A Kamla Empire Archmagus quickly told them the information he had obtained from Archmagus Ophelion and Archmagus Laduca. As long as we pay attention to these signs and keep changing positions, we shouldn't be affected by the anti-magic domain. As for how to shoot them down, as long as we can break their magic shields, they're just normal steel frames. The four arch-magi quickly confirmed this plan before scattering, quickly launching attacks at the magic airships in the distance. The combined attack of 4 arch-magi and 16 grand mages was naturally terrifying. In the blink of an eye, there were countless high-level magicians that appeared in the sky. However, when these magicians approached the magic airships, there was a light blue glow that came from the front of the magic airships. These magicians immediately disappeared like nothing had happened. The 4 arch-magi and 16 grand mages in the sky, as well as the people of the 2 empires on the ground who still had time to pay attention to this situation, were all stunned. How is this possible? If those magic airships used their magic shields to block these magicians, no one would be surprised. But before these spells hit the magic airships, they didn't even activate the magic shields of the magic airships before they were silently dissolved. This didn't conform to common sense at all. But they didn't have time to react at all as the 100 magic airships quickly scattered in the sky, instantly filling the sky above the battlefield. After that, there was a bright light that appeared under the magic airships. The 4 arch-magi and 16 grand mages in the sky cried out in their hearts. They could only use all their magic to desperately attack the magic airships. However, just like before, when their magic reached the magic airships, there was a blue glow that came from the magic airships before their magic disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the magic airships launched their attacks. Countless white beams of light came from under the magic airships, shooting at the 2 empires that were surrounding them. Countless magic shields with different glows lit up in the 2 empires' formations, which are the magicians of the 2 empires resisting with all their might. However, this was an unquestionable resistance. The hundreds of pillars of light seemed to have completely ignored the magic shields that the mages had put up with all their strength. They shot down without any hindrance, directly hitting countless soldiers in the 2 empires' formations. Hong, 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 hong. The 4 arch-magi and 16 grand mages in the sky were stunned as they watched the 2 empires fall into chaos, not knowing how to react for a while. Before this, the 2 empires had made meticulous plans for this battle, taking into account almost all possibilities. These arch-magi, who represented the peak battle strength of the 2 empires, put aside their prejudices and discussed countless methods to deal with the strange military magic machines of the new flyer, as well as making detailed plans to deal with the magic airships. But now, they found that all the plans they had discussed before had been turned into a joke by the unreasonable attacks of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's magic airships. Their magic attacks didn't pose any threat to the magic airships at all, and they couldn't deal with the attacks of the magic airships at all. Even the magic shields that they considered as their final defense were completely ineffective. So how could they resist the attacks of the magic airships? The armies of the 2 empires below were stunned by this unexpected situation, not being able to react for a while. Everyone looked at the over 100 magic airships in the sky in a daze, and their hearts were filled with despair. They had lasted until this moment with great difficulty and were about to welcome the final battle as planned, even having the chance to see the light of victory. But they never thought that the appearance of the magic airships would shatter everyone's hopes. While this was happening, the arch-magi of the 2 empires felt even more despair. They always thought that with the power of their arch-magi, they could turn the situation around. Even if the new flyer had a power that surpassed their understanding, they were arch-magi in the end. They were powerful people that stood at the peak of this world, so as long as they were willing, they could change everything. But the new flyer had used facts to give them a heavy slap in the face. So what if they were arch-magi? In front of the incredible power of the new flyer magic airships, no matter how strong their magic was, it couldn't have any effect at all. Then what difference were they from normal magicians, or even normal people? The Kanla Empire Archmagus in the sky, who had just decided on their strategy, suddenly thought of what Archmagus Ophagon and Archmagus Reduca had said before. The new flyer's chairman, Su, said something to us. Arch-magi are no longer the key to deciding the war, and should withdraw from the battlefield of the continent. Thinking of this, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. As an incomparably powerful archmagus, if they couldn't play a role on the battlefield, how could they display their value? Chapter 11:30. The faces of the 7 magisters all sank. What was magic? These kinds of questions were usually only asked by magisters who had never come into contact with magic, or those who didn't understand magic at all. However, Sui had used this question to ask the 7 magisters who could be said to be at the top of the magic world. It was no different from humiliating them. They originally thought that Sui had summoned them with the intention of stopping the war and discussing the specific measures with the magisters who represented all the magisters of the 2 empires. They didn't expect that Sui would actually say such a thing, which immediately made them unhappy. If it weren't for their misgivings about the current situation on the battlefield, the 7 magisters would probably have left without another word. Chairman Sui, what do you mean by this? A magister from the Malur Empire said coldly with a sullen face. Don't think that your new flyer can be so rampant just because you have some small tricks up your sleeve. Small tricks? Sui laughed. Everyone, if you still have such thoughts, then I can only express my disappointment. All right, Chairman Sui, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Another magister from the Malur Empire waved his hand impatiently. I admit that with the current situation, even if all of us magisters attacked together, we still wouldn't be able to do anything to your new flyer. However, you don't have to humiliate us like this. It's meaningless. The magisters from the Malur Empire all had ugly expressions on their faces. On the other hand, the 3 magisters from the Kamla Empire only had gloomy expressions at first, but now they all seemed to be deep in thought. They didn't join in on Sui's reprimand. Do you think this is humiliating? Sui shrugged. I don't think so. I'm actually asking you this question very seriously. Your understanding of magic is related to the true gap between your magic research and our new flyers. If you don't understand this point, then I'm afraid you'll never understand why we don't even need to mobilize magisters to easily defeat all of your magisters. All of the Grand Magi fell silent. Regardless of whether they were willing to admit it or not, the truth was that New Flyer didn't even need to use mages to defeat these archmages in countless battles. In fact, several archmages had even fallen. Such a thing had never happened even during the most intense period of the racial war 3,000 years ago. There was no doubt that New Flyer possessed abilities that even archmages like them couldn't understand, so much so that they were helpless against it. Therefore, no matter how arrogant Sui's words were, they had no ability to refute. Strength was the foundation of everything. With New Flyer's current strength, Sui naturally had the qualifications to say these words. After a moment of silence, a grand mage from the Kamla Empire sighed. All right, Chairman Sui, although I don't understand your goal, since you're serious about discussing this, then I'll give my own opinion. Speaking of what magic is, I don't care what other magisters think. In my opinion, so-called magic is nothing more than magisters using magic to control the magical elements into various forms. What do you think? The other 6 grand mages nodded in unison. Magic had existed in signs for over 10,000 years. Even a relatively young race, like humans, had grasped it for over 3,000 years. After so many years of evolution, the basic concepts of magic had long since formed a unified concept that no one doubted. Although every magister had a different understanding of magic, including their own unique opinions, no magisters would deny such a basic concept. It had already become an axiom in science. Now that this grand mage from the Kamla Empire had given the most standard and impeccable answer, everyone wanted to see what other opinions Sui would have. I admit that this view of magic isn't wrong. Sui's first words greatly disappointed the other grand mages. However, this view is too shallow and too general. It has no practical meaning at all. The so-called magisters use magic to control the magical elements. How does the magisters generate their magic? What changes will occur during the process of generating magic? How does the so-called using magic to control the magical elements work? What is the speed and quantity of the magical elements that can be controlled? As for the various forms that can be formed, what about the specific data of these forms? For example, the most basic form, volume, density, vibration frequency, resonance strength, and so on. What are the various data? If you don't know these, if it was said that everyone could barely understand the first half of Su Yi's words, then everyone was confused by the second half of his words and was completely confused. What density, vibration frequency, resonance strength? What kind of nonsense was this? Wait, Chairman Su, what are you talking about? A grand mage from the Malur Empire couldn't help but interrupt Su Yi. What do you mean by these things? Su Yi's gaze swept across the crowd and sighed. He shook his head and said, as expected, none of you have read the Xinfei Magic Industry Weekly published by our Chamber of Commerce. The Grand Mages looked at each other, their expressions somewhat awkward. Actually, ever since the rise of New Flyer, these Grand Mages had more or less paid attention to it. However, New Flyer was mainly famous for all kinds of magic machines. In the eyes of these Grand Mages who stood at the peak of the magic world, the so-called magic machines were nothing more than magic tools. Even if the design was ingenious, it wasn't elegant, so they naturally wouldn't pay attention to it. As for the Xinfei Magic Industry Weekly, which was mainly related to magic machines, they naturally wouldn't pay attention to it either. If you've read the Xinfei Magic Industry Weekly, then you'll have some idea of what I'm talking about. What I just said isn't anything strange, but a set of basic theoretical concepts that our Chamber of Commerce has come up with over the years of continuous research on magic. I call it the basics of magic science. The basics of magic science? The 7 Grand Mages all frowned. Of course they knew about magic, but what was science? They had never heard of this term that had popped out of Su Yi's mouth before. It probably hadn't even appeared in the common signs language. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Su Yi felt a little helpless. That's right, even if they searched through all the languages and the signs, there was no such term as science. Therefore, Su Yi had directly transliterated it, which was equivalent to creating a completely new term. He could only continue to briefly explain the meaning of the term science to the crowd. After listening, the crowd was even more baffled. Chairman Su, according to what you've said, science is to break down knowledge into smaller categories, and then thoroughly research each category before finally combining them to completely grasp the knowledge. Then magic has been studied by countless mages in the signs for tens of thousands of years. Could it be that it's still not detailed enough, still not thorough enough? From what you've just said, it is indeed detailed and thorough enough. But from my perspective, it's far from enough. For example, what I'm most surprised about is that despite the long history of magic research in the signs, there hasn't been a single mage that has truly done in-depth research on magic elements. You have to know that magic elements are the foundation of all magic. The 7 Grand Mages looked at each other, still not understanding what Su Yi meant. Su Yi couldn't help but sigh. He knew that it was impossible for him to rely on words alone to make these 7 Grand Mages understand the meaning of the so-called scientific point of view in such a short period of time. The reason why the mages in the signs hadn't understood many problems despite studying magic for tens of thousands of years was because the mages in the signs had always treated magic as a job. Therefore, the direction of their research was only how to better use magic elements to create more powerful magic, and how to better use magic. If it was compared to the classification on Earth, the magic research in the signs was completely biased towards applied magic. Moreover, it was the more biased type of applied magic that focused on the lethality of magic. Naturally, there wasn't much research into the true theoretical field of magic. Although the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's magic machines were considered a part of the field of applied magic because Su Yi had transmigrated from Earth and was a high-level mechanical engineer that was deeply influenced by science. Naturally, he had a scientific attitude towards magic and magic machines from the beginning. In the 20 years since New Flyer had been established, Su Yi's request for the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce had always been for them to research and understand how to better use magic, and even more so, why it was like this. To put it simply, one had to know the reason as well as the reason why. It was precisely because of this request that the researchers of the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce would gradually develop a complete scientific view of magic as long as they spent more time in the Academy of Magic. From there, they would have a deeper and more precise understanding of magic, and thus be able to greatly increase their level of magic. As their leader and guide, Su Yi naturally had the deepest understanding of magic, and his level of magic increased the fastest. Otherwise, according to the traditional views of the signs, Su Yi definitely wouldn't have been able to become an archmage in his early 40s. However, these things were simply explained to the 7 grand mages, who had long since carved the traditional views of magic into their bones. They definitely wouldn't understand. Therefore, Su Yi thought for a moment and decided to do a small experiment. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.